Chapter 1172. In May the world was at peace. The battles at the summit were almost impossible to see. On the human side, their battle prowess was also increasing day by day. Su Yunfei of the Su clan, the son of the Sword King's first wife, was already showing signs of proving his Tao. He had begun his seclusion and was only one step away from officially entering the impasse realm. Among the 6 great holy lands, an old monk from the other 5 great holy lands and the ancient Buddha, Holy Land, also walked out of seclusion. On the day he entered the catacombs, the old monk sent someone to pass a message to Fang Ping. After he had achieved enlightenment, he would come to the country to meet the king. It was obvious that the old monk was very confident that he would succeed this time. The nation of gods, the descendant of the sun god, the grandfather of Rosas, whom Fang Ping had interacted with before, had also come out of his closed-door training and entered the catacombs. Fang Ping was not too concerned that he did not send a message to Sino Nation. Obviously, this descendant of the sun god had the hope of proving his Tao. Of the leaders of the 6 holy lands, apart from the one from Suppressing Star City, the 5 holy lands that had fused with the Tao last time were all the strongest experts. And now, the descendants or disciples of these strongest experts all had the hope of proving their Tao. This was motivation. Their ancestors had fallen, and these people were all holding their breaths. When Fang Ping returned that day, saying that he would reinforce the Sky Cemetery half a year later, all parties responded that there would definitely be exterminated beasts within half a year. Now, many people in China had succeeded in proving their Tao. Tian Mu had even entered the fake sky grave and started to participate in the battle. Everyone was getting anxious. The Tao-proving seeds walked out from their cultivation grounds, ready to fight their way to the top. Very few humans would stay in seclusion until they broke through. At the checkpoint, the catacombs was their best option. Just when everyone was silent, Fang Ping had just returned to closed-door training when he was called back by Wu Quishan. Shanghai, Heavenly Island. Now, the Heavenly Island was truly a holy land for cultivation. The sky wood had taken root on Sky Island. After the cat tree returned, it had also taken root on Sky Island. In addition, dozens of rank 9 monster plants had taken root on Sky Island. Sky Island had become a sacred place for cultivation. The energy from all directions began to converge towards Heaven Island. Not only that, Fang Ping had also buried a large number of cultivationating energy stones under Sky Island. Upon entering the Heavenly Island, one could even touch the energy with their hands. It had already materialized. Only those who had made great contributions were allowed to enter. On Heavenly Island, Fang Ping had just broken through the air when he saw a familiar figure. Yunqi! Fang Ping shouted. Chun Yunqi, who was in a hurry, turned her head and glanced at him. She smiled. "You're back." As soon as Fang Ping finished speaking, Chun Yunqi said hurriedly, "Then I'll leave first. There's an emergency in the catacombs." After saying that, Chun Yunqi ran away in a hurry. Fang Ping was stunned. What was going on? Am I being abandoned? Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, another person appeared. Seeing Fang Ping, Fu Changding raised his spear and greeted him hurriedly. "You're back? You're busy. I'll leave first." Fang Ping was stunned again. This was not the end. People passed by him one after another. In the end, all of them were like fugitives. They ran very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping was stunned. "I'm back. I rarely come back now, but when you see me, this is how you treat me? I, a sovereign personage, don't have any backing? In the catacombs in the 3 realms, whoever sees me has to be respectful. You guys just ignore me like this?" Fang Ping was still in a daze. On the other side, Lu Fengru hurried past. This time, she did not even greet him. Fang Ping was stunned. Tang Feng, who was following behind her, greeted her, but quickly said, "You've offended old Lu." Tang Feng teased, "Do you know what the outside world is saying now? Master of King Human, Li Changsheng, longevity, sword. Lu Fengru. Who's Lu Fengru? Some people even say that Li Changsheng is a martial king. Anyway, it has nothing to do with her. Old Lu provoked him at Mount Royal Sea last time, claiming to be Li Changsheng's teacher. He was mocked for a long time. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. Can you blame me? This teacher of mine. Cough. It's true that he has no sense of presence. But you can't blame me either. He seemed to have heard about what happened to Lu Fengru last time. She provoked the other party to fight her one-on-one, saying that she was Fang Ping's teacher. In the end, the catacombs rank 8 said casually whether it was on purpose or he really did not know. Isn't Fang Ping's teacher the longevity sword? With that one sentence, Lu Fengru let the other party see what it meant to be a crazy woman. In the end, he was beaten to death by Lu Fengru, one punch after another. Fang Ping said innocently, "This has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with you." Didn't she despise herself for being weak? A few days ago, she said that if she's not desperate, she'll pretend that she doesn't know you. Doesn't that mean that she doesn't know you? Fang Ping was speechless. Then he said amusedly, "Then how do you still know me?" Tang Feng sneered. "Why wouldn't I know you? As for those 2 students of mine, I don't know them now either." He was referring to Zhao Lei and Yang Xiaoman. Both of them were rank 7 martial artists now. However, Fang Ping had improved the strength of MCMAU powerhouses several times. After he proved his Dao, both of them had benefited too. This time they had improved a lot. A few days ago, when the master and disciple were sparring, the 2 of them had joined forces and accidentally hit Tang Feng's nose crooked. Now, Tang Feng told everyone he met that his students had deceived their masters and destroyed their ancestors. In reality, he was secretly happy. He was just short of telling others that he had a whole bunch of high ranks. His daughter, Tang Wen, had also advanced to rank 7. She was still young. If it were not for the Zhang siblings who were faster, Tang Feng could boast that his daughter was better than Fang Ping. Looking at Tang Feng's joyful expression, Fang Ping could not help but laugh again. He glanced at Tang Feng and laughed. "Instructor Tang has improved quite fast too. Your golden body has actually reached rank 8 third refinement. It's just SOSO." Tang Feng was not too busy. He chuckled and said, "Also, Chun Yunqi and Ji Yao have been dragging it out recently. Both of them have fought more than 20 battles in the Mount Royal Sea region. They just came back to recuperate. They agreed to fight again in the afternoon. That's why they're rushing over." "Huh." Fang Ping was stunned. "She's not Ji Yao's match, right? Ji Yao is already rank 9. Yunqi is only rank 8 third refinement. The gap is not small. Together with your instructor, the 2 of them fighting against her is about the same." Tang Feng laughed. "There are not many female martial artists to begin with. Both sides have their wins and losses. We rarely intervene in their battles now. The catacombs are also training their troops. Fang Ping, the battles now are much more ruthless than before. I'm talking about the catacombs." At this point, Tang Feng still said solemnly, "The situation in the catacombs is not the same as before. We were afraid of death in the past. It's not that we're not afraid of death now, but with the pressure from the higher-ups, plus some powerhouses who are good at fighting from other areas have entered the restricted area. The battles now are fought to the death. I wanted to say something about this. If this goes on, I'm afraid there will be younger generations in the catacombs who will achieve Tao. Some of the descendants of the true king, without the protection of the true king now, are fighting with their lives on the line. That descendant of King Hua, Hua Yu, has also entered rank 9. Facing him, we don't know if we should kill him or what. Our hands and feet are tied when we're fighting," Fang Ping said in a low voice. "There's no friendship to speak of in a war. Kill when you need to. Don't think too much." Tang Feng nodded and said, "There's also Li Zhu's son, Li Yi, who has also advanced to rank 9. He has also begun to participate in some border battles. The former left marshal of the Heavenly Plant's royal court, Hua Qidao, has advanced to rank 9 in a short period of time. I'm afraid there's hope for him to achieve Dao. Hua Qidao. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. He said quickly, Hua Qidao is going to achieve Dao. Tang Feng said in a low voice, That's right. This has been reported to Vice-Chancellor Wu. The Vice-Chancellor said that she will arrange for a few people to ambush him. Maybe the Su family's second patriarch will come out and kill Hua Qidao to achieve Dao. I'm afraid Hua Qidao will not avoid the battle. If he defeats old patriarch Su, maybe there's hope for him to achieve Dao. The Su family's second patriarch, Su Yunfei, was already powerful. His previous ranking was much higher than Wu Quishan's. Now he was only one step away. He was missing a powerhouse among the same rank. Hua Qidao was in the limelight now. Wu Quishan arranged for Su Yunfei to ambush him. Between the two of them, one might emerge as a paragon. As for the other, the probability of death was very high. Fang Ping instantly lost the mood to continue the conversation. He smiled and nodded slightly. The next moment, he said goodbye to Tang Feng and quickly headed for the Heaven Ministry's conference room. In the big conference room, only 3 people were present: Wu Quishan, Old Man Li, and Li Daong. Fang Ping entered. Without waiting for them to speak, he said in a low voice, Arrange for Su Yunfei to ambush and kill Hua Qidao. Wu Quishan glanced at him. After a while, he said, Yes. The Su family's second patriarch killed Hua Qidao. The probability of him achieving Dao is very high. Fang Ping frowned and said in a low voice, You know. I know. Wu Quishan said in a low voice, But what can we do? Let Hua Qidao continue to grow. Impossible. It was one thing for Hua Qidao to cause trouble in the depths of the restricted area, but now he is participating in the battle at Imperial Sea Hill. Yesterday, Hua Qidao fought with Grandmaster Fang Yu at Imperial Sea Hill. Fang Yu was no match for him. Hua Qidao had cut off both his arms and destroyed his golden body. If not for Captain Bei Gong Yan's timely rescue, Grandmaster Fang would have been killed at Imperial Sea Hill. Fang Ping was a veteran Grandmaster of the human race. He had guarded the Shishan catacombs for decades. During the battle at the Imperial battlefield, he almost followed in Old Man Fan's footsteps. Old Man Fan died in battle at the Imperial battlefield. I did not get to see the glory of the human race. It is something I have always regretted. It is hard to accept. Now, these high grandmasters guarding the catacombs had finally seen a glimmer of hope. Fang Ping has guarded the catacombs for decades. He faced more than 10 rank 9 powerhouses alone. Which one of them is not worthy of respect? He almost died. If Hua Qidao wants to kill Fang Yu, then I will let Senior Su Yunfei ambush and kill him. Li Daong's expression was complicated. He said nothing. Old Man Li was also unusually indecisive. He did not say a word. Fang Ping said in a low voice, You know his situation. If he fights with Senior Su, he will most likely be killed by Senior Su. If Senior Su achieves Dao, he will die. Fang Ping exhaled. If you don't know, then forget it. Now that you know, so what if you know? Wu Quishan said calmly, Leaving him to grow is not what humans should do. The catacomb's intention is to let him advance in battle. He knows that killing Fang Yu will lead to revenge from the humans, but he still did it. This means that this is the catacomb's will. The catacombs clearly know that the humans have arranged for someone to ambush and kill him. They want to raise Gu. If he survives, then he will reach the next pinnacle. If he dies, then so be it. At this time, there are no human powerhouses to join the battle. Fang Ping, do you want to send others to their deaths? Wu Quishan said coldly, Ambushing and killing Hua Qidao requires at least a rank 9 powerhouse. Who do you want to send to their deaths? Fang Ping gritted his teeth. After a while he said, "Bring him back." "No," Wu Quishan said in a low voice. "Even if he dies in battle, you can't do it now. This is arranged by Minister Zhang. If you bring him back, honestly, other than Minister Zhang, do you know his situation? If he has not betrayed us, if he succeeds and achieves the pinnacle, infiltrating the enemy's inner circle, that will be our greatest success." Fang Ping said impatiently, "Do I need it? So what if he infiltrates the inner circle? At most, he knows some secrets and betrays us at the last minute. If he can ambush and kill an emperor level, that's good enough. Do I lack the opportunity to kill an emperor level?" Wu Quishan said calmly, "Killing an emperor level." When he infiltrated, Minister Zhang's goal was probably just to target some pinnacles. If he can kill an emperor level, that will be the greatest success. Moreover, there are some things that we really need him to do. Then what's the point of killing him now? He might not die. Then if old Su dies, will you take responsibility? Wu Quishan frowned. Then what do you think we should do? If they let it go, there would be human rank, 9 powerhouses dying in Hua Qidao's hands soon. If they did not let it go, then they would have to fight to the death. Fang Ping thought about it. After a while he humphed. "Hasn't Zhang Peng advanced to rank 9? You're crazy." Wu Quishan scolded impatiently. Old man Li could not help but scold. "Then why don't you just bring him back? Zhang Peng has just advanced. If he can fight Hua Qidao, do you believe it? If Hua Qidao hardens his heart and kills him in the name of justice, old Zhang will kill you when he comes back. How dare this guy think? Send his son over. If Zhang Peng really died in Hua Qidao's hands, old Zhang would definitely not let Fang Ping go when he comes back." Fang Ping pondered for a moment. After thinking for a while, he said, "That's true. If old Zhang finds out, he might really cause trouble for me. Forget it, forget it. I'll think of a way myself. If it really doesn't work, I'll pretend to be a rank 9 powerhouse and fight him. That's a good idea." Wu Quishan nodded. Fang Ping could pretend to be a rank 9 powerhouse and fight Hua Qidao. No one would know how strong Fang Ping was if he played dead. Even if he did not play dead, it would not be difficult to defeat Hua Qidao and spare his life. Wu Quishan did not continue this topic. He said quickly, "I didn't ask you to come today to talk about him. There's movement over at the Forbidden Sea." "What movement?" Wu Quishan gestured for him to sit down. He said, "Someone sent a letter of challenge to the humans. He wants to challenge old Li." Wu Quishan glanced at Li Changxing and said quickly, "The opponent's strength is not weak. He's an emperor-level powerhouse. He wants to fight alone." Fang Ping scolded, "F*CK off. Who is it? I'll go and kill him. An emperor-level dares to show off? He even wants to fight alone. How many days has it been since old Li broke through? Are they giving him face?" Wu Quishan said softly, "The other party naturally has some ability to say that. This time, there's news that the other party has quite a lot of people. There are many emperor-level auras. Although they didn't express their attitude, the meaning is clear. If they don't fight alone, the humans will have one more enemy. Not only that, the other party claims to be from the sky, sealing bloodline. He's just the heir of this generation. Behind him, there's at least a saint, or even a heavenly king." Wu Quishan was also a little sullen. He said helplessly, "If we don't fight, we might have one more heavenly king enemy. Now, the humans are no match for a heavenly king, unless that god-forging envoy you mentioned comes out. The other party is plotting openly. We have to fight even if we don't want to." Fang Ping's expression was cold. When has the human race ever been threatened? Who does he think he is? So what if he's a heavenly king? I've seen many heavenly kings. Even if I can't win, I still dare to fight. What bullsh *T sky sealing bloodline? I even dared to kill the descendants of the 9 emperors. Not to mention this bullsh asterisk T I've never heard of. The Forbidden Sea, right? I'll find a time tonight, hide my aura, and go over to ambush and kill him. Heavenly King, would a Heavenly King dare to come out now? I'll call a few people and surround and kill him. Fong Ping began to plan. Heavenly King, he did not know what level of Heavenly King he was. 5 saints had hope of defeating a Heavenly King with a broken 6. If they wanted to kill him, they might need a little more. He, Jiang Hao, Heavenly Wood, Yu Wei, Feng Yin and Lin Hai, Cosmic Dragon, and Kai Dai would try. There should be hope for 8 saint powerhouses to kill a Heavenly King with a broken 6. Don't be impulsive. Wu Quishan said helplessly, "Are you ignoring the 9 saints of the catacombs? At this stage, if there's a conflict with the other party, if the catacombs suddenly attack, have you considered the consequences?" Fong Ping said coldly, "I've considered it. However, we can't make an exception. This is just like the catacombs back then. They used 3 to 5 times their powerhouses to fight our human powerhouses. You have to fight whether you want to or not. If you compromise today, Old Manly will not be a match and will be killed on the spot. Tomorrow, someone will dare to fight you alone. You will not be a match and will be killed again. It will be like cutting flesh with a blunt knife. I've finally made the human race stand up, but they'll have to kneel again immediately. There's only one way to deal with this kind of person. Kill. No matter how big the loss, we must kill him. At this time we can only fight fiercely, not compromise, not admit defeat, and not bow our heads. Even if we die in battle, we must fight him." I know. Wu Quishan sighed. "If it's that simple, then I won't look for you. Old Li won't have the idea to keep the appointment." Wu Quishan thought for a while and said the Fengtian clan might be a little complicated. "Extreme Path Divine Islands, Lin Hai, Saint rarely takes the initiative to contact us. Today he sent someone to send a message. This is a little troublesome." "Lin Hai Saint?" "That's right." Wu Quishan exhaled softly. "It's Lin Hai Saint. He said that the Fengtian clan and the Extreme Path Divine Island have a close relationship. It's very complicated. I'm afraid he won't fight side by side with the human race. If the human race really wants to, they don't have to look for him. Also, let me tell you, it's best to give up the idea of ambushing and killing the Fengtian clan successor. If that person is still around, ambushing and killing him might be the human race's own destruction." Fong Ping's expression was gloomy. Lin Hai would not deliberately scare him. He had said before that he would only help the human race once. That time, he had also spared no effort to participate in the battle. The successor of the Extreme Path Divine Island would not be timid. He also knew the situation on Fong Ping's side. He knew that Fong Ping might be able to rope in many saints, but he still said this. Even the God Creation Envoy was ignored. What was this? What was going on with the Fengtian clan that suddenly appeared? Many emperor ranks had suddenly appeared. Emperor ranks and saints. There was not much difference between top-level emperor ranks and saints. It was extremely difficult for a saint to kill an emperor rank. That day, Moon Spirit was about to advance to Heavenly King. She was even carrying a divine weapon. She killed the emperor rank, nameless emperor, by surprise. It took her a lot of effort to kill him. The other party had easily sent out many emperor rank powerhouses. This power was not weak. Beside him, Old Manly said, "Fong Ping, let me keep the appointment and fight him. Although I'm not an emperor rank, it's not that easy for an emperor rank to kill me." Fong Ping said impatiently, "What do you know? If they can't kill you, the other party will surround and kill you. After the siege, say that they are powerful. If you are killed, so be it. But if you kill the other party, Old Antique might come out and say that you dare to kill my descendant. He will kill you. I know these old turtles' personalities too well. It's fine to kill others, but not their people. After beating up the little ones, the old ones will arrive immediately. These people are not even comparable to the catacombs' martial artists. Although the catacombs are overbearing, at least they still follow some rules. These people are used to being the only one. So in the end, either you die and the humans don't pursue it, or the old antique must come out. It's because I know their personalities that I won't compromise. One-on-one battle, one-on-one, what nonsense. Fang Ping calculated for a while and said, I'll go and ask about the situation. If he's too powerful, I'll go and bluff him for a while and see if I can bluff him. If he's weak, if he only has the strength of broken six, I'll think of a way to kill him. I'll see what happens. If his hostility is really deep, I'll think of another way. Having said that, Fang Ping knocked on the table. Let's see if we can divert the trouble. This newly emerged Fengtian clan is very overbearing. If they dare to say such things, they're either confident or insolent. I have experience in dealing with this kind of people. Fang Ping still had a way of dealing with these fellows who had strong backings. Having said that, Fang Ping asked, Is there anything else? He added, Wait for my news. Don't act on your own. I'm warning you. You must inform me of your actions at the summit. If you act on your own and die, I'll expel you and put you on the list of human traitors. Wu Quishan and Old Man Li smiled helplessly and did not say much. Li Daong continued, There's something else. Nowadays, there aren't as many battles in the southern region as before. Minister Wu and I intend to let some people settle in the other 3 major territories and help the humans in other regions to fight. Sure. Fang Ping nodded. This time he patrolled the 4 major territories. Indeed, the southern region had the fewest battles. They were afraid of being killed. The powerhouses in the southern region had almost all been killed by Fang Ping. The remaining people had also escaped to the restricted zone. The other 3 major territories did not lose much. Right now, they still had the absolute advantage. The humans could only defend. They rarely attacked and could easily be surrounded and killed. Seeing him nod, Wu Quishan heaved a sigh of relief. Now you have the magnanimity of a human king. I thought you would refuse. Fang Ping was speechless. How could I? On the day the 6 sacred lands leaders merged, I knew that if there were any internal strife among the humans would really lose. Right now, we can kill until everyone is terrified because we're working together. Otherwise, we would have been defeated long ago. Wu Quishan laughed. Soon he became serious again. This time be careful. Don't act rashly. Minister Zhang and the rest haven't returned yet. If we really provoke the Heavenly King at this time, we'll be in big trouble. Fang Ping nodded. He knew about this too. He did not say anything else. Soon, Fang Ping tore the void and left the place. As soon as he left, Old Man Li said in a low voice, It's better to be prepared. I'm going into closed-door cultivation these 2 days. The other party is coming aggressively. If he dares to ask me to fight alone, he must be confident. Wu Quishan nodded and sighed. Fang Ping's personality is very firm. This is a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. He's impulsive. Humans don't have to compromise, but sometimes we have no choice. At this stage, if we really provoke the Heavenly King and join forces with the catacombs, how many saints do you think will help us? Try your best to preserve your life. You and I are older than him. Sometimes we have to think more. He can be strong to the end. We can't. The human king can't be defeated. We can. Do you understand? Old Man Li nodded and said lightly, If I really can't refuse, then I'll fight alone. I'll find a place with no one, fight him. If I die in battle, say that I acted on my own. Don't be too anxious. Wait until Fang Ping has news. I don't know if that God-forging envoy can make a move this time. I know. As the 2 of them talked, Li Daong sighed. Just as he finished sighing, Wu Quishan suddenly slapped him, causing him to stagger. Li Daong was stunned. Wu Quishan scolded. What are you sighing for? Get lost. Old Li is a rank 6, you're a rank 9. He's an absolute rank 9. You're a rank 9. You're a rank 9. Fong Ping hasn't even practiced martial arts yet. The veteran rank 9 is already considered a direct disciple of Commander Li. Minister Zhang's grandson is already a rank 9. You're not even as good as his grandson. No, you're not even as good as the War King's many generations of grandchildren. Jiang Hao is already a rank 9. I heard that Jiang Chao, the guy who's just eating and waiting to die, has already reached rank 8 third refinement. What about you? And you're still the military department's acting minister. Wake up! We're discussing something important. You, a rank 9 for many years, is still sighing. You're sulking just by looking at it. Li Daong almost died of anger. Can you blame me for this? You guys are too perverted. I haven't been a rank 9 for many years, right? 10 years, that's already very powerful, okay? You have to compare me with perverts. You still King hit me. Am I shameless? Li Daong looked around. Fortunately, no one saw it. Otherwise, he would fight it out with Wu Quishan today. When I was a rank 9, you were only a rank 7. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. It hurts. Li Daong was also helpless. He was Li Zhen's direct disciple. Old Zhang's half-student, Kong Lingyuan, had advanced to Paragon. Old Zhang's grandson had advanced to rank 9. His son, this time, there was also hope to advance to Paragon. In comparison, Li Zhen's line seemed to have no successor. Li Zhen's grandson, Li Yiming, on the other hand, had made rapid progress in the past 2 years. However, he still had not advanced to rank 9. Li Daong was helpless. He felt wronged. You have to compare me with a bunch of perverts. What can I do? Wu Quishan vented his anger on him. His mood was much better. Only then did he say, "Why are you still standing there? Hua Qidao, you go first. You won't be killed so easily. Try not to fight them head-on. Hold on for now. We'll talk about it when Fong Ping has time." Li Daong said helplessly, "I am also the military department's top leader." Wu Quishan glanced at him and ignored him directly. "If you haven't reached Paragon, then hurry up and scram. Stop talking nonsense." Li Daong was even more helpless. MCMAU was in power now. They were very arrogant now. Commander Li was not doing well. "You've achieved Heavenly King. We should also bask in your glory." At the same time, Fong Ping once again entered the small world of Suppressing Stars City. The God Creation Envoy was a little impatient. This kid knew about this place. He would come every 2 or 3 days. How annoying. Did he really think of himself as a zoo? Coming to visit every day? Chapter 1173. What are you doing here again? The God Creation Envoy's expression was not good. Recently, Fong Ping had come a few times, and he did not even have time to read. Fong Ping was all smiles. He did not say a word. He took out a table and a bench, as well as a jar of good wine. Seeing this scene, the corner of the God Creation Envoy's mouth twitched. He had some understanding of Fong Ping. Not a good person, now that he had come up to offer benefits. Was he trying to do something bad? "Kid, leave now, hurry up." Fong Ping chuckled. "Senior, it's too lonely to be here alone. Now that Heavenly King Suppression isn't here, I have the responsibility to take care of you. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I'll accompany you for a drink." "Senior, why do you have to keep me at a distance?" The God Creation Envoy's expression was unfriendly. He did not care about him anymore, and started to drink. Fong Ping smiled and sat down opposite him. He smiled and said, "Senior, I have a question." The God Creation Envoy's face turned pitch black. "I knew it. I'm just asking a few questions." "Senior, you've gotten quite a bit of meat, haven't you?" Fong Ping grinned. "Senior, did the wine taste good?" The God Forging Envoy was tired and said indifferently, "If you have any questions, ask. Don't come again. Then I won't stand on ceremony." Fong Ping smiled. "Senior, do you know about the Fengtian clan?" What the hell? The heaven-sealing bloodline. Fong Ping repeated his words. The God Creation envoy frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, "Which heaven-sealing bloodline?" "Wait." As he spoke, the God Creation envoy seemed to have thought of something. After a long while, he said, "The one with the strongest spiritual force? The guy who self-destructed his inheritance?" Fong Ping raised his eyebrows. "I'm not too sure about this, but Saint Lin Hai said that it's related to the polar path." "That's probably him." The God-forging envoy looked at Fong Ping and frowned. "Did you offend him?" "Maybe." "What do you mean by maybe?" Fong Ping chuckled. "I haven't offended him yet, but I think I might be able to in a few days. For example, if we kill his successor, Senior, don't you think we'll be offending him?" The God Creation envoy was speechless, and his tone became a little more solemn as he said, "That guy, try your best not to offend him. How should I put it? I don't like this guy, but that doesn't stop him from being strong." This time, Fong Ping really took it seriously. The God Creation envoy's tone was very arrogant, no one liked it. But now he actually said that the other party was strong. Fong Ping's expression changed. He said in a low voice, "Senior, can you tell me more about this lineage? Otherwise, I might really have to clash with the other party." The God-crafting envoy also knew Fong Ping's personality. He picked up the wine jar, took a sip, and said slowly, "In the ancient times, some people stood out and became the big winners in the Battle of the Great Tao. But some people were a step too late. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors were the big winners. Of course, the war would come later, and they would rise later. At that time, there were actually a few people who were in a similar situation as Jean, such as the divine weapon master, the palm seal user, before the rise of the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. These people were also the proud sons of heaven." When the God Creation envoy talked about these people, he also sighed and quickly said, "Similarly, there was a group of people in that era who were also very outstanding. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors of ancient times all had single names. You know that? And this person calls himself the Celestial Emperor." Fong Ping's expression changed again. Celestial Emperor. Many emperor-level powerhouses called themselves Celestial Emperors, but their titles were usually not a single title, or rather, they were almost never a single title. Only the 4 emperors were. Of course, the Heavenly Dog was different. This guy was special. Celestial Emperor. Fong Ping was really a little surprised, but the God Creation envoy continued, "Of course, it's just that he calls himself. The outside world generally calls him Celestial Emperor." "Huh?" Fong Ping said in surprise. "Celestial Emperor? He was a celestial emperor in ancient times?" "Of course." The God Creation envoy said lightly, "When the 8 kings were conferred, King Qian was actually arranged for him, but this guy was unwilling. He felt that he was not comparable to the 8 kings, so he asked the heavenly court to confer him the title of Divine Weapon Master. In the end, of course, no one was willing. The Divine Weapon Master back then was also a powerhouse. How could he give up his position to him? This guy saw that there was no way to seize the position of Divine Weapon Master, so he did not enter the heavenly court, and he was free and unfettered." As he said that, he continued, "His background is a little complicated. I've said it before, it's a little similar to Jean. He's actually also a figure in the early martial arts era. But later he learned from the 4 emperors and wanted to walk the path of the 4 emperors. The 4 emperors and he were actually considered figures of the same era, and Jean might not be as old as him. However, in the cultivation world back then, the atmosphere was not bad. He was also a powerhouse and volunteered to join the sect. When he came to ask for advice, the 4 emperors did not reject him. This person is extremely powerful, and the other 3 emperors do not teach much. Mie is good at teaching, so he mainly learned mentality from Mie. His strongest is the seal Dao. Fong Ping listened carefully and hurriedly said, "Seal." "That's right." The God Creation envoy said in a low voice, "Seal the origin, Great Dao." He had experienced the Great War back then, and knew the power of the origin, Great Dao. He also knew that without the origin great Tao, the 9 emperors and 4 emperors might not be a match for those beginner powerhouses. Therefore, he wanted to open up another path and focus on the Seal Tao. When fighting the Seal powerhouses Tao, as he said that, he added, "Don't think that he only has strong mentality. This person learned from the 4 emperors, so naturally he has also learned the path of the Batian emperor's flesh. His flesh is also extremely strong. Once he seals his opponent, his own origin is still there, and the gap is terrifying. Although I don't think much of him, I have to say that among the 8 kings back then, if they fought with him, I'm afraid none of them could defeat him." Fang Ping was shocked. So strong? Back then, he had probably broken through 7. What about now? Why didn't he enter the fake sky tomb? The God creation envoy said lightly, "Didn't I not enter either? What's so strange about that? You set up a trap and others have to enter it?" This person's mentality is so strong that he can even predict the future. His sense of danger and opportunity is also quite strong. I'm afraid he didn't sense the big opportunity that day, so it's not strange that he didn't enter. At this point, the God creation envoy continued, "He can be considered the chief of the extreme Tao lineage. Of course, the 4 emperors treated him back then. How should I put it? It was more of a peer exchange, and they didn't claim that he was their disciple." Fang Ping exhaled. He had poked a hornet's nest. What a big problem. The 4 emperors of the extreme Tao were actually communicating with their peers. This person's strength was somewhat beyond Fang Ping's expectations. Fang Ping could not help but ask, "Then why did he ask his disciples to come out of the mountain now?" Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said he asked his disciples to come out of the mountain to challenge the longevity sword. A powerhouse with the strength of an emperor was shameless enough to challenge the longevity sword who had just broken through not long ago. Is this lineage so shameless? Shame? The God creation envoy sneered. What shame does he want? If he wanted shame, he wouldn't have admitted that he was the disciple of the 4 emperors back then. Don't you think about it? The powerhouses of that era, even if they were not as good as the 4 emperors, would still come to ask for advice. They would never admit that they were disciples. This old man has also asked the 9 emperors and 4 emperors for guidance, but I will not admit that I am the disciple of the 9 emperors and 4 emperors. This person is very shameless. Admitting himself as a disciple is just adding gold to his face. If he encounters trouble, he can ask the 4 emperors for help. He is very powerful. Back then, there were not many heavenly kings who could suppress him. The rest were like the 9 emperors. He knew better than anyone that if he provoked these people, he would be powerless to resist. He was just pulling the skin of the 4 emperors. Do you think this old man will look up to such a person? Fang Ping frowned and said, "He actually didn't die. He didn't die. It's not too strange." The God creation envoy shook his head and said, "This guy is very slippery." Back then, when Zhang Xian fell, he probably ran away. It's not surprising that he didn't die. After saying that, he asked, "His disciples came out of the mountain?" "Yes." Fang Ping explained the matter briefly. The God creation envoy sneered and said, "This again." Back then, this guy liked to do this. He believed in destiny. He would cheat, steal, and do everything. He worshipped the 4 emperors because he wanted to get some of the 4 emperors' glory. Now, I'm afraid he has his eyes on you. He probably has his eyes on all the heroes of this generation and has been paying attention to them. This guy has a big heart. Now that you mention it, I remember. Previously, Li Xuanxia said that something was not right. It seemed that there was someone hiding in the dark. It's probably this guy. During the chaotic period, the chaotic heavenly king was attacked and killed. I'm afraid it was also done by him. If it wasn't done by him, then it was done by his disciples. Later on, the chaotic heavenly king rose and killed many strong enemies. I'm afraid he also suffered heavy losses. In the battle that destroyed the Earth Emperor Divine Dynasty, there were also some powerhouses who participated, and there might not be many of his disciples. In the battle between the North and the South, there was also a mastermind in the dark. Li Xuanxie always said that it was King Kuan and Hong Yu who did it. I don't think so. If this guy is alive, can he not interfere? Fang Ping said with a heavy expression, Senior, what is his strength now? I'm not sure about that. The God-crafting envoy thought for a moment and said after a moment, Maybe break 7, maybe break 8. The probability of breaking 8 is not too high, because the requirements for breaking 8 are very high. In fact, breaking 8 is often done on one's own. This guy, it's hard to say. But since he survived until now, even if it's breaking 7, he's still a top-notch powerhouse among breaking 7. Kid, you're really in big trouble. Not only you, but also Zhang Tao and some of the geniuses of this era. They're all in big trouble. Fang Ping's expression became uglier and uglier. At the very least, he was a powerhouse who had broken 7. This was too strong. Then why didn't he attack us now? The Heavenly King sneered and said, Don't worry, he won't attack now. Let's put it this way. His disciples came out of the mountain to test the waters first. Kill you, kill you. You are not geniuses. You are trash. It doesn't matter if he can't kill you. He might not make a move. The disciples who are making a move now are probably not the strongest. He will send people to challenge you one after another, kill you, and gather his so-called luck. He wants to gather all his luck on one person. When the other party is strong enough, he will kill the other party. He feels that he can successfully prove his Tao this way. That disciple of his killed the longevity sword, and then killed you. I'm afraid he will die in his hands in the end. This person is like this. If your strength is too weak, he will not make a move personally. According to your understanding, it's like raising a goo worm. When the strongest goo worm is raised, he will personally kill the strongest one. Do you understand? Fang Ping's brows suddenly relaxed, and he said with a smile, Senior, what you mean is that even if I make a move now and kill his disciples, he might not make a move, right? That's right, the God-crafting envoy said with a smile. However, you have to be careful. This guy's disciples who have come out of the mountain now all have the strength of an emperor. I'm afraid there are even stronger ones behind. You have to understand, he is an old man from the beginning of martial arts. Some of his disciples, if they are not dead, they are actually not much different from the disciples of the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. Moreover, the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors have disappeared for many years, but he did not. In that case, it is not surprising that he has a saint-rank powerhouse under him, even a heavenly king. Fang Ping frowned and said, Heavenly king? Is it that exaggerated? It's not too exaggerated. In recent years, there have been many people who have proven their Tao as heavenly kings. Moon Spirit, chaotic heavenly king, unquestionable sword, celestial pole. These people have all proven their Tao as heavenly kings in the past 8,000 years. The God-crafting envoy thought for a while and shook his head. Some of his disciples. It's hard to say. Maybe there is. If they keep a low profile and don't shine when they break through, they might not be discovered. So, if I kill this guy now, a saint might appear immediately. If a saint dies, a heavenly king might appear? Fang Ping said with a smile, This seems nothing. The God-crafting envoy sneered. You overestimate him. Do you really think he will give you food? His disciples can die, but they can't die, they can't be killed by someone above their rank. You have the combat strength of a saint. If you dare to kill his emperor-rank disciples, a heavenly king will come to kill you tomorrow. If it is not him, it will be his disciples. This is his style. If you only have the ultimate combat strength, he will not show up when you kill the emperor-rank disciples under his wing. If you kill a saint with your emperor-rank combat strength, he will not show up. In other words, you can defeat the strong with the weak, but you can't defeat the weak with the strong, domineering and shameless. Fang Ping sneered. I'm only at the peak. If you didn't kill a saint, then there's no problem. If you killed a saint, Do you think he will care if you're at the peak or not? Fong Ping's face darkened. Does that mean I can't make a move? Once I make a move, he might attack me? Maybe. Senior, Fong Ping suddenly smiled like a flower and looked at the god-crafting envoy. The god-crafting envoy seemed to know what he was going to do and said lazily, "Don't count on me. If I am not trapped, then I am not afraid of that guy. So what if he is strong? But I am a prisoner now. Kid, don't cause trouble for me." Since he dared to let his disciples come, and he also knows some things, he might not be unaware of what happened to me previously. Since that's the case, he might still want to lure me out. Back then, this guy asked me to forge a divine weapon for him, but I ignored him. Now, I'm afraid he is extremely confident. He found me and forced me to do something, which is probably what he wants to see. Fong Ping, don't think about bringing trouble to me. If you bring it to me, if you really bring it, Earth will be destroyed. Once I fight with him, I will not deliberately choose a place. Earth will definitely be destroyed. Fong Ping frowned again and said in a low voice, "This junior did not think that way. This junior was just thinking about a question. Since this person came from the extreme Tao sect, does he not care about the relationship between the extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor at all? Don't think about those unrealistic things." The god-crafting envoy sneered and said, "Extreme Tao sect? What kind of extreme Tao sect is he? You told Wang Jinyang and the others to be careful. Right now, they were not strong enough, so he might not take a liking to them. Once they were strong enough, the first one to kill the extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor would probably be him. Replace him. Gathering the destiny of the four emperors was probably his biggest goal. What do you think? This person is very ambitious, but I just don't like him. No matter if a martial artist is good or bad, a powerhouse has some aspects that are worthy of admiration. I'm afraid he doesn't. If that's the case, didn't the four emperors know? So what if I know?" The god-crafting envoy said indifferently, "Don't tell me you want to kill him if you know." Back then, when he was under the four emperors, he also contributed to the four emperors. Such a powerhouse did not betray him. What right do you have to kill him? Just because his character is not good? Then what do you think the four emperors are? Break 7 strength, Fong Ping frowned. It might even be a break 8. The Fengtian bloodline that appeared was really strong, so strong that it was beyond Fong Ping's expectations. The god-crafting envoy thought for a while and suddenly said, "Go find unquestionable sword." Fengtian bloodline. Fengtian bloodline. The god-crafting envoy seemed to have thought of something. Unquestionable sword, this guy. I suspect that the person who schemed against him was from the Fengtian bloodline. Fong Ping raised his eyebrows. The god-crafting envoy laughed and said, "Unquestionable sword. How should I put it? He lacks a lot of things, but that doesn't mean he has no bottom line. When he rose, there were many speculations. Some people said that he directed and acted himself, killed his wife, and deceived the cat. That might not be what he did. He did not think too much about it before, but now that he thought about it, this method was somewhat similar to the Fengtian bloodline's method. Replace, what a good replacement. Not only unquestionable sword." At this moment, the god-crafting envoy said playfully, "Interesting, I even suspect that Hong Yu is also related to him. Hong Yu replaced the earthly emperor's avatar. Unquestionable sword replaced by Beihai. These two people also have some connections, plus some other things. Maybe they were all sealed." Fong Ping was a little shocked. "And Li Zhu?" The god-crafting envoy raised his eyebrows and said, "Li Zhu should have completely destroyed the palm seal envoy. I don't know if Li Zhu is his chess piece or the palm seal envoy. If Li Zhu is, then this guy's plan all these years is a little scary. If the weapon master is, then it means that his plan in Li Zhu has failed." "Li Zhu destroyed the palm seal envoy?" "That's right." The god-crafting envoy nodded and said, "Back then there was a big star that dimmed it should be the palm seal envoy. This guy is not a good guy. The palm seal envoy's personality is not much different from Fong. These two guys colluding together, it is still possible for them to replace the leading role of an era. But obviously they should have failed. According to my guess, Li Zhu is the winner, not Fang's chess piece. As for unquestionable sword, he can be considered half a loser. At this point, the old man muttered to himself, chuckling, and said, "In the end, he is just a goo that someone else raised. He got rid of his previous life. Maybe he also noticed something. Others used him, and he also wanted to follow suit, wanting to replace the position of the king of man in this life. Unquestionable sword is still at a disadvantage. But if you tell him about the Feng Tian bloodline, he might understand something. Feng is very cautious, but also very arrogant. Unquestionable sword's combat strength is still not weak. If he knows about this, maybe he will fight that guy to the death." Fang Ping was speechless. "I don't really care about this. I'm more concerned about what I should do now. According to Senior, I can't kill that guy's disciple, but his disciple wants to challenge Teacher Li. Am I supposed to watch Teacher Li throw away his life?" The God-crafting envoy said casually, "Then let Li Changxing try. If it doesn't work, you can do it yourself and kill the other party. At most, a heavenly king will come. You can get the martial king and the others out. Won't there be no problem?" As he said that, he added, "Or you can enter the fake sky tomb yourself and let him chase after you." Fang Ping smiled and said, "That's true. But if Senior says so, then when that time comes, Earth will be handed over to Senior. Senior, how about you help me guard Earth?" The God-crafting envoy snorted coldly. "Don't even think about it. Senior, when that time comes, I have no other choice. You can't just watch Earth be destroyed, right? That's also good. I can just escape." "Senior, cut the crap," the God-crafting envoy said impatiently. "Solve the trouble you caused yourself. Also, Feng has already appeared. The situation might be even more tense. Brat, you better prepare to open the fake sky tomb." Feng could be considered a typical figure of that era. Once he appeared, others would also move upon hearing the news. Old fellows like me might not be able to sit still anymore. They will all appear. Fang Ping said in a deep voice, "Are there many powerhouses like Senior?" "Not really," the God-crafting envoy said indifferently. However, there were still a few beginner leaders back then. They were extremely powerful. If they did not die in that battle, they should be alive now. These people might have fought with the Emperor when they were young. They are all very terrifying. After saying so much, the God-crafting envoy finally reminded him, "The bloodline that is sealed is the origin of a person. Your mentality is not as good as his, so there is a high chance that he will seal the origin of the great Tao. Without the amplification of the origin of the great Tao, you might not be able to defeat the Emperor under his wing." Fang Ping raised his eyebrows and did not say anything. Seeing this, the God-crafting envoy sneered and said, "Do you think your mentality is very strong? Or do you think he can't seal you? Don't be too confident. I said that the people of this bloodline are very annoying, but I have to admit that they are powerful. His disciples are easier to deal with. Seal, the inheritance is not only about mentality, but also the physical body vitality energy. He is very strong. Feng is probably harder to deal with than Hong Kun. You can imagine, are you a match for him?" Fang Ping nodded slightly and stood up to leave. After thinking for a while, he turned around and asked, "Can the Heavenly King defeat him?" "There should be hope. The Heavenly King is so powerful. Feng is waiting for the right time. What is the Heavenly King waiting for? Go ask him yourself. Has Senior broken 8? Guess. I don't want to guess, but Senior is very confident. I think maybe it is also broken 8. Fang Ping said self-deprecatingly, a group of old antiques. They are so powerful, and each of them can really endure it. If it were me, I would have gone on a killing spree." The God-crafting envoy sneered and said, "Killing spree? The target of public criticism. Stupid. Do you think Li Xuanxie and the others had to hold it in? The key was, did they dare to expose their full strength? Today he had exposed his full strength. Tomorrow many powerhouses might join forces to ambush and kill him. It was only now that he was about to come out and could not hold it in any longer. In the past, if a heavenly king dared to appear, he would be killed in a few days. The chaos of the chaotic era was strong enough, right? In the end, he still escaped from the heavenly tomb and avoided everything. Otherwise, he might have been killed too. It's not a problem to be outstanding. If you are too outstanding, you will threaten some people. If you don't die, who will die? Fang Ping did not say anything and left quickly. As soon as he left, the god crafting envoy sighed and said, "This is a chaotic era, but it is also a good era for you to rise. Otherwise, if it was any other time, did Fang Ping really think that no one could do anything to him? He would have been killed long ago." Chapter 1174. On the Forbidden Sea, annihilation was still waiting for longevity. Sword's reply. Earth. Fang Ping came to the House of Guardians once again. Like the god creation envoy, Jiang Hao was not in a good mood when he saw Fang Ping. It was like choking on food or drinking water. It was uncomfortable. When Fang Ping came, he had a hunch that nothing good would come out of it. This time, Fang Ping did not beat around the bush. He went straight to the point and said as soon as he entered, "When you replaced Gong Zhuanzi back then, was it your own plan, or was it secretly led by someone else?" Jiang Hao frowned. "Just say it." Fang Ping said calmly, "How many years has it been? Don't you dare to mention this. I won't avoid it. I want to snatch old Zhang's position. I want to snatch it myself. What's wrong with that? What lead or supporting role? If you want to fight, fight. I'm just asking, how much do you know?" Jiang Hao stared at him. Fang Ping said impatiently, "You have the strength of a heavenly king after all. Don't you dare to admit this? Just say it. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you." Jiang Hao exhaled and said coldly, "Fang Ping, there are some things I don't have to tell you." Fang Ping humphed. "Fine, I don't care. Your wife was schemed to death. You've always been a pitiful pawn. People like you can only torture themselves and vent perversely." Jiang Hao's expression was cold. He stared at Fang Ping for a while. After a long time, he said slowly, "What do you want to ask? What do you want to know? Who was the one who ordered me to get close to the cat back then?" Jiang Hao closed his eyes. After a while, he said coldly, "No one ordered me. That was just an accident. Gong Yuzi ordered unquestionable Jian to deliver a letter to Kuoking Mountain and coincidentally met the cat. You know what the cat likes. Is that an accident?" Jiang Hao's gaze changed. He paused and said in a low voice, "Unquestionable Jian doesn't know what the cat likes. He's just doing what he wants." He also raised a cat monster on Purple Cat Mountain. It's very weak, but very cute. That monster was given to him by his master. Unquestionable, Jian has been raising it for many years. The moment he met the cat, he seemed to see the monster he raised. He just played with the cat for a while. "You have a cat monster." "Unquestionable, Jian. Don't give me that. You have a cat, so on Purple Cat Mountain, your master will subtly influence you and tell you that cats like to eat fish, like to fish, and should be pampered. Is that right?" Jiang Hao closed his eyes. After an unknown period of time, he opened his eyes and said, "Yes." "So, Gong Yuzi already knew that you would meet Song Mao one day, right?" "Yes." Jiang Hao said in a deep voice. In the beginning, unquestionable Jian did not know. Later on, he had some guesses. "So, Gong Yuzi is the one who planned this, and there's actually someone behind it, right?" Jiang Hao remained silent. "I guessed that it had something to do with Hong Yu. You said that Hong Yu taught you sword principles. Is that true?" Jiang Hao fell silent again. Fang Ping said impatiently, "If you can say it, then say it. If you can't say it, then say it. If you can't say it, then say it. If you keep silent again and again, do I have time to waste with you?" Jiang Hao had an unfriendly expression on his face. "You're the one asking questions, but you're complaining that I'm too slow. It's true." Jiang Hao said coldly, when he was young, unquestionable Jian met Hong Yu. Of course, he did not know Hong Yu at that time. Nonsense, Hong Yu died during the war of the earthly emperor god dynasty. Jiang Hao said angrily. At that time, the earthly emperor god dynasty was not destroyed yet. I'm already talking about when he was young. When unquestionable Jian was born, the earthly emperor god dynasty was not completely destroyed yet. It was just a little unstable. At that time, the powerhouses of the blessed grotto heavens started planning to build the 108 blessed grotto heavens. Because of this, they did not participate in the war of the earthly emperor god dynasty. Therefore, the blessed grotto heavens and the earthly emperor god dynasty actually overlapped for a period of time. Do you understand? Fang Ping thought about it and smiled. I understand more or less. When you were young, you met Hong Yu and he invested in you. Jiang Hao did not correct him. If he said unquestionable Jian, then so be it. At this moment, Jiang Hao said in a low voice, I don't know. At that time, it was also a coincidence that unquestionable Jian revealed some of his talents among the younger generation and met Hong Yu. Of course, he did not know him at that time. Hong Yu taught him swordsmanship, which later became the sky-punishing sword art. Unquestionable Jian's rise to power has a lot to do with this. Otherwise, Purple Cap Mountain is just an ordinary grotto heavens after all. It's not very powerful. How could it have nurtured unquestionable Jian? Fang Ping nodded and smiled. What happened after that? After that? Jiang Hao frowned. After the earthly emperor god dynasty was destroyed, I never saw Hong Yu again. Why did Hong Yu teach you cultivation methods? How would I know? Jiang Hao was a little unhappy. Fang Ping smiled. Isn't the person behind your master Hong Yu? No. Jiang Hao said coldly. After that, unquestionable Jian came back from the celestial cemetery and asked his master. Gong Yuzi said he did not know Hong Yu. I believe what he said is true. He really did not know Hong Yu. However, Hong Yu's teaching of swordsmanship might be related to the person behind Gong Yuzi. Fang Ping understood now. If that's the case, I understand now. A guy called Feng is the mastermind behind your master. He's actually also Hong Yu's investor. He wanted Hong Yu to teach you swordsmanship, so that your master could create an opportunity for you to get close to Tsang Mao. This guy is the real mastermind. Hong Yu might be his chess piece too. Of course, I can't be sure about this. Anyway, you're definitely his chess piece. And Hong Yu can only be considered an executor. Jiang Hao stared at Fang Ping deeply. After a while he said, Feng, have you heard of him? Jiang Hao fell into silence again. His gaze kept changing. After about half a minute he said in a low voice, I've heard of him. An ancient powerhouse, a disciple of the extreme Tao. He called himself Emperor Feng. Some people said that he was one step behind back then. If he did not become the disciple of the four emperors, he might have been able to walk his own path. However, he was not confident enough. Or rather, he was too confident. He insisted on becoming the disciple of the four emperors. Instead, he lost his own path and became the failure of that era. He wanted to gather the Tao of the four emperors. He never thought that if it were that easy, the four emperors would have proven their path and become the strongest emperor long ago. You actually know, Fang Ping chuckled. That makes things easier. If I say that he's the mastermind behind you, would you believe me? Jiang Hao fell into silence. Fang Ping chuckled. He's out of the mountain. The Sky Sealing clan wants to challenge the Longevity Sword. The Emperank is challenging the Longevity Sword. This clan is not a good thing. Have you ever thought of revenge? Jiang Hao said coldly, You want me to be the blade? Yes. Fang Ping said bluntly, I want you to be the blade. What about it? Do you dare to take revenge? Since you said that you were schemed against, now that I tell you who schemed against you, you don't even have the guts to take revenge? You don't have to provoke me. So what if I provoke you? Fang Ping sneered. Who dares to scheme against me? Even if I can't win, I'll still kill him. If I can't kill him, I'll bite a piece of him. You're a heavenly king powerhouse. Do you feel aggrieved living like a grandson? Jiang Hao bellowed. Do you think you can stand alone? In this 3 realms, who doesn't live under a conspiracy? Who is not a pawn of others? Do you think you're not? Do you think King Wu isn't? Not only are you a pawn, but you are also a pawn of many people. Did the martial king not scheme against you? Even the heavenly king, subduing king, didn't have one? The Azure Cat, the God creation envoy, including the 4 extreme emperors. Do you really think that no one cares about you and no one schemed against you? What right do you have to mock me? Fang Ping's voice was even louder than his. He scolded angrily, I know. But so what? At least they wouldn't dare to let me, Fang Ping, stain my hands with the blood of my family. At least they wouldn't dare to force me to do something I don't want to do. My parents are alive and well, and my sister is living a carefree life in Shanghai. Who would dare to provoke them? Yun, she was captured. I annihilated the Luofu line. Old Manly was injured. I annihilated Skygate City. Vice-Chancellor Huang died in battle. And I directly annihilated the Magic City catacombs. Due to old Zhang's carelessness, MCMEU fell into a predicament, causing Huang Jing to die in battle. After I lost my temper, he died in the battle outside, proving to me that he did not do it on purpose. Why? Because Fang Ping was tougher than you, not as cowardly as you. If I was a little more cowardly, maybe this situation wouldn't be like this. Maybe I would have become someone else's executioner long ago, but not now. I'm the one leading everything. Do you think you're worthy to compare yourself to me? Fang Ping sneered, mocking. If I had the combat strength of a heavenly king, even if an emperor came out and I couldn't defeat the other party, I would still bite him and let him taste pain. Even if he died, it would be satisfying. Do you think you're worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as me? I won't hold it in just because of so-called forbearance, so-called what the future will be like, until I explode from holding it in. Jiang Hao also sneered. If that's the case, you can go against the Sky Ceiling clan yourself. Fang Ping nodded, smiling. Sure. Do you think I don't dare? Wrong. I'm braver than you think. The Sky Ceiling clan is nothing. Fang Ping sneered. Let's wait and see. In my opinion, the Sky Ceiling clan is nothing but a rat. If they dare to show their faces, they will die sooner or later. You don't need money to brag. Then let's wait and see. Old tortoise like you continue to hide. That's pretty good too. At least you can live a little longer. Fang Ping scolded. Jiang Hao's face was livid. Fang Ping did not care what he thought. He did not delay. Before he left, he thought for a while and suddenly said mockingly, You're not even as good as Fatty Jiang. In this era, Fatty Jiang will be the emperor, not you. You don't believe me? Fang Ping laughed. The next moment, he punched the void. Opposite him, Jiang Chao looked confused, exposing his white belly. Right now, his mouth was dripping with grease. Jiang Hao frowned slightly. Fang Ping looked at the confused fatty and said coldly, Your grandfather died in battle in the Outland. I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Continue to hide in Star Town. 2. Go to the Outland to kill and take revenge personally. Grandfather died in battle. Jiang Chao was confused. After that, he flew into a rage. His vitality exploded with a rumble, breaking through the clouds. His eyes were bloodshot. Where did he die? Who killed him? A true god. I can't do anything. Do you dare to take revenge? Mother ****. Jiang Chao smashed the table in front of him with a punch. He said furiously, I killed 18 generations of his ancestors. Wait for me to take revenge personally. As soon as he finished speaking, he soared into the sky and disappeared in an instant. Fang Ping sealed the passageway. He glanced at Jiang Hao and sneered. He laughed mockingly and wantonly. The useless fatty in your eyes, did you see that? Trash. Do you think you're fit to be a neo-martial artist? Fang Ping sneered again. He tore the space apart and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Jiang Hao stood rooted to the ground, speechless for a long time. An hour later, Star Town. Jiang Chao returned cursing and swearing. D**MN Fong Ping. Bastard. He made me miss a meal that I had prepared for a long time. He ran to the catacombs and was almost kicked to death by the old man. He ran to the old man's funeral and did not kill him because of his golden body. This bastard. How dare he make such a joke? I said it was Fong Ping who said it. The old man didn't believe me and beat me up again. Jiang Chao almost cursed Fong Ping to death. This was too much. Was this how he did things? Was it easy for him? Here in Star Town, he was busy with work every day. He also had to guard Star Town. Was it fun for him to make a trip? When he returned, swearing and swearing, Jiang Hao was hiding in the air. He looked at his nominal younger brother without saying a word. His expression kept changing. Neo-martial artist. When Fong Ping said that Jiang Yuanhua had died in battle, the seemingly useless younger brother did not feel sad or afraid. There was only anger, an anger that would not stop until he killed the enemy. Without hesitation, he went straight to the catacombs. Was he reckless? Very reckless. Brainless. He did not consider how big the gap between a rank 8 and a true god was. The difference was like heaven and earth. He could crush him with one finger, but he did not think about it. When he found out that Jiang Yuanhua did not die and was deceived by Fong Ping, he quickly reverted to his original self, a rank 8 golden body that was mocked for being afraid of death. This was neo-martial artists. Neo-martial artists, Jiang Hao murmured. Did he really understand what neo-martial artists were? He had reincarnated into this generation of neo-martial artists and lived for almost 30 years. Did he really know what neo-martial artists were? Even Jiang Chao, who was useless in his eyes, dared to get angry. It was beyond his imagination. He had thought about it. If one day Warlord and Jiang Yuanhua died in battle, what would Jiang Chao's reaction be? Would he cry, wet his pants? Would he sigh and die of depression? Or would he be careful and be willing to be a normal person and live his life in obscurity? Today he saw it. Jiang Hao's expression changed. He looked at Jiang Chao below. The damn fatty had started eating again. After eating, he went to patrol the streets of Star Town. He called it guarding Star Town and fending off thieves. In fact, he was just walking his food. If he had not seen the scene earlier, would he have believed that Jiang Chao had such a brave side? I don't understand neo-martial artists, Jiang Hao murmured. His figure disappeared. He did not understand neo-martial artists. Even after living for a few decades, he still did not understand neo-martial artists. Magic City. Fong Ping went straight to the Sky Division. Old Man Li and Wu Quishan sensed his aura and rushed over quickly. Fong Ping did not waste time. He went straight to the point. Old Man Li, go test him. Fight him and see if there's a chance to go further. I won't make a move if I don't die. If I die, I'll make a move myself and kill everyone on this side. After that, I'll escape to the fake sky cemetery. If you guys are in trouble, go to the small world in Star Town's Heavenly King's eyes and ask for help from the God-crafting envoy. Both of them were stunned. Fong Ping raised his hand and said calmly, "It's okay. It's nothing. A heavenly king hiding in the dark is very strong, but it's not the time to despair. If I leave, you guys seal the passageway and hide on Earth. Let the cat and Heavenly would guard the 4 directions. If someone is attacking, let Jiang Hao attack. He is the reincarnation of the Devil Emperor Unquestionable Sword. Summon Jiao, Li Wuji, and the people from the Xuanda Grotto. Also, at critical moments, you can find some people to help. Kai Dai Lin Hai will do. As for Yu Wei, act according to the situation. Let the cat do it. Also, if I attack this time, I won't hide my aura. I'll lure the other party to the fake sky cemetery directly. You guys don't have to participate. Evacuate immediately." It just so happens that I haven't seen old John and the others for a while. These guys are quite quiet over there. I'll fight all 4 directions, alone outside. This time, I'll bring them a good opponent and let that old heavenly king subduing exercise his hands and feet. Only at this moment did Wu Quishan have a chance to interrupt. Does the other party really have a heavenly king? Yes. Fong Ping nodded. And there might not be only one. But don't worry if they dare to come. If a saint comes, I'll kill them directly. If a heavenly king comes, I'll escape. If there's anything, you can let the cat inform me. Actually, I should have gone in a long time ago. I'm just worried about you guys. However, I'm the target of everyone now. It's better for me to leave. They want to kill me, not all humans. Humans have the cat, heavenly wood, Jiang Hao, and the god-crafting envoy. It's safer than now. If I, a thorn in their side, leave, they'll only set their sights on the fake sky cemetery. When the time comes, as long as they're careful, it'll be better than now. Fong Ping said and laughed. Actually, you guys know better than me how to deal with the catacombs. If you have to admit defeat, then admit defeat. If I want to be tough, you guys will be tough and soft. There's no need to be like me. When I fight my way out of the fake sky cemetery, I'll definitely be a heavenly king powerhouse. Don't worry, I've proven my heavenly king. I won't come out until I kill a heavenly king. You've already decided to leave? Wu Quishan looked at him with a solemn expression. Fong Ping was determined to leave. As for the so-called not to be hostile if he could, it was just empty talk. Fong Ping was silent for a moment, nodded, and said, Yes, I've decided. No matter if Old Manly wins or loses, I'll kill those guys. Why? The other party is a hidden danger. I have to lure them away and nip them in the bud. Heavenly King is too dangerous. But no buts. Fong Ping laughed. What's the fake sky cemetery? It's the humans' own territory. Actually, we have more advantages there. We can leave if we want to, and we can stay if we want to. I also want to let old John and the rest see how cowardly they are. In the past 2 months, I've killed more saints, emperanks, and true gods outside than all of them. Old Manly took a deep breath and said slowly, There's no room for negotiation. No. Fong Ping shook his head and said lightly, This lineage is very arrogant and sinister. They're not interested in ordinary people, but they're especially interested in geniuses. Geniuses are the target of their calculations. Now, the world's #1 genius is me, and the second is old Zhang. You're one too. There are too many human geniuses. If I, the #1 genius, don't lure them away, many of you will be in trouble. Don't worry, I can see it clearly. I'm not fooling around and provoking strong enemies for myself. This lineage has their eyes on geniuses. Unless I cripple myself now, otherwise my radiance will shine on the 3 realms and no one will be able to hide it. Wu Quishan sighed. Actually, you didn't have to say your last sentence. Fong Ping looked at him and asked curiously, Did I lie? Am I not the world's #1 genius? Find a 21-year-old saint slayer, and I'll admit that I was wrong. Since you're not wrong, why can't you say it? Fong Ping curled his lips. Seriously, it was just the truth. What kind of attitude was this? Wu Quishan smiled bitterly and said helplessly, I'm afraid the Fengtian lineage did not expect you to make up your mind so easily. Really, no one had expected Fong Ping's current attitude. Kill. No matter whether Old Manly won or lost, he would kill. He took the initiative to lure them out to chase after him and lure them into the fake heavenly grave. Fong Ping had never thought of letting the other party go, even if the other party had not harmed any humans at the moment. Wu Quishan was starting to sympathize with the people in the sea now. That annihilation or whatever, and the many demon powerhouses. Did these people think that Fong Ping was already prepared to kill all of them before he even made a move? It was not a consideration. He had made up his mind to kill all of them. The Fengtian lineage. They were an existence that even the God Forge envoy was somewhat afraid of. It was obvious how terrifying they were in the eyes of those who knew. As for Fong Ping, he went out for a trip. His determination was frighteningly firm. Fong Ping did not care about this. Instead, he said with some anticipation, "This time old Zhang and the rest will probably be pleasantly surprised. I've sent them another big one. To be honest, it's meaningless to plot against these saints in the outside world. Go in and play with a bunch of heavenly kings, walk on a tightrope. This is the life that I, Fong Ping, should enjoy." Both of them were speechless. Did old Zhang know what you were planning? Achoo! I have a bad feeling about this. At this moment, in the fake sky grave, Zhang Tao's expression was frighteningly serious. A bad feeling. Extremely bad. Even a heavenly king felt like dark clouds were looming over their heads. It was too scary. Beside him, Heavenly King Jin also muttered, "It does feel like a catastrophe is coming. Kid Zhang, it seems like something big is going to happen. Did something happen to the humans?" "It doesn't seem like it," Zhang Tao said solemnly. "I feel like something is going to happen to us. Something big. Old Li is a powerhouse who has broken 8 going to make a move? Us." Heavenly King Jin frowned. "Something will happen to us. Who wants to go against us?" Indeed, he had a bad feeling. It felt like trouble was going to happen. However, at Spirit Emperor Dojo, everyone else was fighting with Hongyu. They had no time to care about them. Why would something happen? Beside him, Zhang Tao's premonition was getting stronger. This won't do. Hurry and go to Hongyu's side. Be careful. They might join forces against us. Old Li, don't hide your strength now. Send me away at the crucial moment. You fight to the death. If you really die, I will avenge you." Heavenly King Zhen's face darkened. He glared at him. "I won't die even if you die. I'm being serious." Zhang Tao said sternly, "You don't have any potential, but I do. Anyway, I have a bad feeling this time. I keep feeling like someone is plotting against us. Moreover, it's the kind that can really be plotted against." Heavenly King Zhen's expression gradually turned serious. He stopped talking, but he was puzzled. What kind of trouble was it that even he felt was trouble? Could it be that those people are really going to join forces against us? But it's not to that extent. What other reason could it be? Both of them racked their brains, but still could not understand where this bad feeling came from. Chapter 1175. On an island in the Forbidden Ocean. A majestic palace had appeared on the barren island. The demon clan that had originally resided in this area had also become meat in the pot at this moment. In the palace, in the main hall, Extermination held a teacup and looked down at the cold Ming-Ting. He smiled faintly and said, "Senior Ming-Ting, you've met Fong Ping before. Can you tell me about him?" Ming-Ting looked at him with a cold expression. "Since you want to know more about him, why don't you go to the human world and talk to him?" "That won't be necessary." Yun Mia smiled. "Human King Fong Ping is a saint slayer after all. I admit that I'm no match for him. But sometimes it doesn't mean it'll be like this forever. Can you understand, Senior?" Ming-Ting sneered in disdain. Yun Mia smiled. "Senior, you don't agree or think I'm a frog in a well. Am I wrong?" Ming-Ting said coldly, "You think you're worthy of being compared to Fong Ping? Since ancient times, how many people can be compared to Fong Ping? Even if Human King has all sorts of flaws, he's not someone an ignorant and arrogant person like you can compare to. If not for the Sky-Sealing clan strength, you wouldn't even be worthy of carrying his shoes." Yun Mia smiled calmly. "Is that so? Senior, do you think Human King dares to use his longevity sword to fight me? Longevity sword has just become a true god, but you're already an emperor. What a joke!" Yun Mia's expression turned cold. "The winner takes all. If I'm stronger than him, I'll kill him as a powerhouse. Will you say that the emperor's realm is higher than yours when you meet him and look down on him for not daring to fight you at the same realm? You're just quibbling. If you really have the guts to fight Fong Ping, I'll admire you. In this era, I'll respect anyone who dares to fight Fang Ping as an emperor, regardless of whether they're arrogant or not. Ming Ting sneered. If you really have the guts, why don't you fight Fang Ping? Yun Mie said indifferently. It'll happen sooner or later, but not now. Playing the hero is courting death. There's no need for that. Fang Ping doesn't dare to fight me because the Sky Sealing clan is strong. If he fights me, the Sky Sealing clan won't have no one. You dare to bully the weak just because you have a powerful backer. Senior, do you also think that longevity sword is a weakling? Or are the humans the weaklings? Ming Ting didn't want to say anything more and didn't continue the conversation. He said indifferently, "What do you want?" "This old man cultivates my Tao, and you walk your Tao, stirring up a storm in the sea of bitterness. What do you want?" Yun Mie smiled. "Senior, please don't misunderstand. I'm just inviting you to watch a show. Not only Senior. This junior has also invited experts from all over to witness this battle. Since the Sky Sealing bloodline had appeared, they didn't dare to bring shame to their clan even if they were to perish. The longevity sword is an outstanding talent of the current generation, after all. It would be a shame if no one were to bear witness to his death in battle." Ming Ting said coldly, "You are courting death. If you dare to kill the longevity sword in front of the three realms powerhouses, Fang Ping will never let you off." Yun Mie smiled. "It's just a fair fight. If the longevity sword doesn't accept the challenge, then so be it. I won't force him. However, if I kill the longevity sword in a spar, the human king can't stand it and wants to attack me. The Sky Sealing bloodline won't just sit by and watch. I've also done some research on the human race. Sparring, arena battles, fairness. This is also what the human race advocates." Yun Mie smiled. "You can either refuse or, if the longevity sword dies in the spar, will Fang Ping turn against him?" "Refuse!" Ming Ting looked at him and the indistinct aura behind him. He sneered and said, "If you didn't force him, why would the longevity sword agree to spar with you? Carry out an unfair spar? What a joke!" "Senior." Yun Mie rose to his feet. His aura was overflowing as he said with a smile, "I invited you here to be a witness, Senior. I didn't invite you here to humiliate me. Yun Mie became an emperor. I should be earlier than you. I'm giving you face by calling you a senior. If you don't, you're trash. I called you here to be a witness because you've fought alongside humans before. It's more satisfying for someone like you to watch a human powerhouse die." Moreover, Ming Ting became an emperor. He was the overlord powerhouse of the rogue cultivators in misery. However, was an emperor very impressive? He had become an emperor for 100 years. Ming Ting, a fellow who used someone else's Tao to become an emperor, dared to humiliate him again and again. Did he really think that he had no temper? Against a powerhouse like Ming Ting who had an unstable Tao, he sealed Ming Ting's origin. It would be easy to kill him. What right did such a person have to talk nonsense in front of him? Meanwhile, Catacombs, Heavenly Court. A few saints who were in seclusion appeared again. Someone in the basilica laughed. "Interesting, interesting. The Sky Sealing bloodline. Is it Emperor Feng's bloodline? He came out of seclusion at this time. Once he came out, he chose the tough human race. Looks like he's ambitious. I'm afraid Fang Ping is in trouble this time. Ha ha ha, that's right. Should I take it or not? If he did, Li Changxing would die. The invincibility of the human race would be shattered, and the Sky Sealing clan would become famous in the three realms. If you don't accept it, the Sky Sealing lineage has a top-notch expert among them, judging from how they're faring. They won't let this matter rest. It is indeed interesting. If you don't, we can talk to Annihilation. Maybe we can take the opportunity to attack the humans. How about the God-forging envoy?" Someone asked. Very quickly, the governor smiled and said, "It's fine. Even if the God creation envoy proves the Heavenly King, he wouldn't dare to easily go against the Heavenly Emperor Sky Sword also said, "That's right, King Feng Tianwang. Although I don't know much about him, his strength is true. If he doesn't die, even if the God Creation Envoy proves the Heavenly King, there's a high chance that he won't be his match. Looks like there's going to be a good show to watch this time. Maybe we can see Fang Ping's look of despair. Fang Ping is domineering and arrogant. He does have the bearing of a king. But if he suffers a setback this time, it might disrupt his undefeatable momentum. Act according to the situation. Maybe we can take the opportunity to join forces with the sky-sealing lineage. Of course, we have to be careful. If the Heavenly Emperor is really alive, we have to be careful of this person. Cooperating with them is like asking a tiger for its skin." Everyone spoke one after another. Very soon, they came to a decision. To watch a show. This was a good show. If Fang Ping held it in, he would suffer a huge loss this time. If he could not hold it in, he would suffer a greater loss. They were all so happy to see it happen. No matter who lost, it would be a good thing. At this moment, all the forces in the three realms were discussing. The sky-sealing lineage that suddenly appeared seemed to be very powerful. As soon as they came out of the mountain, they provoked the humans, domineering. As for the humans, they had always been domineering. Even if they were very weak before, they were still domineering. At least after Fang Ping rose to power, the humans had always been domineering. There was really a good show to watch this time. The people from the 9 Emperors' bloodline accepted the invitation sent by Annihilation. Watch the battle. The first battle of the sky-sealing lineage's descendants was also a battle to establish their might. They used the most powerful human race to establish their might. They did not challenge Fang Ping. They challenged Longevity Sword. Although it was an emperor-level battle against an absolute powerhouse, Annihilation himself did not care. The others could not say anything either. The weak were prey to the strong. This was the current situation. Some were worried. Some were gloating. This time, if Fang Ping was careless, it would be a big deal. Moreover, it looked very unsolvable. If he agreed, Longevity Sword would be in danger. If he did not, the sky-sealing lineage would probably not let it go. Fang Ping was going to suffer this time, right? Just as all the forces were discussing. May 3rd, Human King Fang Ping responded. He accepted the challenge. 3 days later, May 6th, Longevity Swordsman Li Chongsheng fought the sky-sealing lineage. Fang Ping agreed. As soon as this was said, the 3 realms were in an uproar. Human King compromised. The domineering Human King compromised this time. He chose to let Li Chongsheng, who had just achieved Dao validation, fight an emperor-level powerhouse. This was clearly sending him to his death. He was cannon fodder. In an instant, the voices of public opinion resounded throughout the 3 realms. Human King is afraid. He said before that the human race was invincible. Now he's afraid. He threw Longevity Sword out to fight the sky-sealing lineage. Fang Ping is selfish, but it's understandable that he chose to give up Longevity Sword to protect the human race. That's right. The human race is not in a good situation. Fang Ping has offended too many people. If he falls out with the sky-sealing lineage now, the human race will be in even more danger. Is this sky-sealing lineage really that powerful? I heard that there's a heavenly king in charge. No wonder. Although Fang Ping can fight a saint, there's still a big gap between him and a heavenly king. The heavenly court has been re-established. The 9 saints are in the sky. If he offends a heavenly king, no one can protect him. Some mocked. Some understood. They could understand Fang Ping's choice. At this juncture, it was difficult to choose between the future of the human race and Longevity Sword. However, Fang Ping was a human king. It was understandable that he chose the human race and gave up Longevity Sword. Even if everyone mocked him, they still sighed in their hearts. Fang Ping's life was tough. Making such a choice was probably very painful for him. Magic City, Macmao. Fang Ping had his own villa here. Outside the villa, A few MCMAU powerhouses who were covered in blood rushed back one after another. Tang Feng's eyes were red. He shouted through the door, "Fang Ping, do you really want Dean Li to die? At most, we'll fight. Even if we die in battle, we can't let our own people die." Vice-Chancellor Fang. Among the crowd, there were many young people who were boiling with passion. They shouted, "Let's fight." Vice-Chancellor has fought everywhere and never compromised. Why did you agree this time? He's an emperor level. Why should he challenge Dean Li? Vice-Chancellor, are you going to watch Dean Li die? Vice-Chancellor, in order to protect you, Instructor Li walked the path of unification of all paths. At that time, it was a dead end. Now the human race is prosperous. Everyone dares to fight. Why did Vice-Chancellor agree to this battle? At most, we'll fight this so-called sky-sealing lineage. Fight. This group of people was here to ask for help. They did not want to see longevity, sword fall. This old man had fought for the human race for many years. The last time, he returned from the Forbidden Sea to help. As a rank 9 paragon, he killed a paragon to prove his Tao. How could such a hero of the human race be abandoned? The eyes of the group of young people were bloodshot. Someone raised his arm and shouted, "Vice-Chancellor Fang! Minister Fang! Fang Renwang! Those who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who have shoes. We can't be afraid now just because we're wearing shoes. The more afraid we are, the easier it is to get into trouble. If we give up on Dean Li today, who will dare to fight for the human race tomorrow?" Yes, Vice-Chancellor, please take back your order. We may be weak, but we're willing to fight. No matter how many people die, we must let the other party see the bravery of us humans. We will never compromise. Shut up. At this time, a group of people came from behind. Lu Polu and the other MCMAU elders walked over. Lu Polu, who reeked of blood, shouted, "What are you all doing? Are you trying to force me to abdicate? Fang Ping has his own considerations. You guys are just a bunch of reckless people. What do you know?" Lu Polu shouted, "Doesn't Fang Ping feel bad? Who is Li Changsheng? He's the living dead he brought out from the Nanjiang catacombs. For Li Changsheng, Fang Ping almost died a few times. Do you think you have the right to ask for help?" Lu Polu said angrily, "If we were strong, we wouldn't have to do this. We wouldn't have to let Fang Ping make such a choice. He has the ability of a saint. Would he be afraid of the so-called Fengtian clan? It's for you, for us, for the entire human race." Lu Polu's eyes were bloodshot. "If we fall behind, we'll be beaten. If we're weak, we'll have to accept our fate. We can only choose a way that's more beneficial to us. With a heavenly king overseeing the forces, who will fight? You. You're not even qualified to die. Isn't it Fang Ping who will fight? If he dies, will you still have the good days you have now? You're forcing him to die, a bunch of idiots." Lu Polu said angrily, "Is Fang Ping afraid of death? If it weren't for us dragging him down, he'd be living a carefree life in the 3 realms. Today, someone actually questioned him because of a decision. If you're so capable, go fight. If you can kill a heavenly king, you call the shots." Lu Polu's ability might not be strong, only rank 9, but he was too old. In MCMAU, his seniority was higher than anyone else's. As soon as he spoke, everyone quieted down instantly. Tang Feng's eyes were red. He whispered, "Old Lu, we're not questioning Fang Ping. We're not satisfied." "You're not satisfied? That's because you're weak." Lu Polu yelled angrily, "Go fight then. Go kill that Fengtian clan member, and that'll solve the problem. Do you have the right to be dissatisfied? You don't even have the right. Do you, Mad Lion Tang Feng, really think that you're the Mad Lion Heavenly King?" Lu Polu pointed at his nose and scolded, "You're also an MCMU veteran. How dare you mess around with a bunch of kids who don't know shit? Who gave you the guts to come to the King of Man's cultivation ground and ask for permission? Remember, King of Man, The survival of the human race depends on the King of Man. Everyone is equal, but we also want world peace. In the survival of this race, the King of Man is heaven. What are you messing around for, you bastard? Lupola looked around and yelled angrily, Isn't everyone equal? Since you're not satisfied, go kill them yourselves. I won't stop anyone, but whoever kills a powerhouse from the Fengtian clan will be cancelled. If it doesn't work, go to the catacombs and kill the 9 saints. We humans will also dare to fight the Fengtian clan to the death. You don't have the ability to do that. All you can do is shout. What are you shouting for? Get lost immediately. Everyone clenched their fists. Someone sobbed softly. Old Lou, we really don't want to see Instructor Lee. Old Lou. Instructor Lee's life has been full of misfortunes. After being injured in rank 6, he lay low for 10 years. He cut his golden body and almost died. Now he has finally achieved Paragon after much difficulty. Bleeding but not tears. This was one of MCMAU's motto. However, today, a group of people had to watch Li Chongqing send himself to his death. They could not help but cry. They knew that it was not easy for Fang Ping, but to send Li Chongqing to his death with his own hands was still unacceptable. Someone thought of Fang Ping. Fang Ping and Li Chongqing were like father and son. Perhaps Fang Ping was the one who felt the worst at this moment. For a moment, the atmosphere was mournful. Everyone looked sorrowful. Tang Feng squeezed his fist until it bled. Golden blood dripped. Then he roared and turned to leave. He said furiously, Fight! Fight! Fight to rank 9. Fight to Paragon. Fight to Heavenly King. If Li Chongqing dies, every human will be a longevity sword. He could not accept this. He was angry too. However, Lu Polu's words set off a monstrous wave in his heart. Yes, they could not accept this. However, they did not even have the right to be. They did not have the right to judge Fang Ping's choice because Fang Ping did it for their survival. However, why was he so unwilling? Tang Feng's eyes were bloodshot. Rank 8. Rank 8 trash. I'm still not brave enough. Not brave enough. Can a rank 8 only fight a rank 8? In the past, didn't a human rank 8 fight a rank 9 too? Why not? Who said that a rank 8 could only fight a rank 8? Fight a rank 9. Even if they could not win, the realization between life and death would also stimulate the eruption of their potential, allowing them to advance a little faster. Tang Feng left. The faces of the people who were begging for their lives turned red. The next moment, in the crowd, Zhao Lei roared, Go! Fight! Kill the catacombs! Kill all their powerhouses! We're too weak. Do you want to beg for your lives? Why can't we change everything by ourselves? Go! The crowd's emotions were surging. Watching them leave, Guo Xingquan, who was beside Lu Polu, sighed. Sai, should we go and persuade Vice-Chancellor Fang? I'm afraid he's feeling terrible now. Lu Polu looked at the villa and sighed softly. What else could he do? After making such a decision, Fang Ping was probably sadder than anyone else, blaming himself. However, things had come to this. Did he really have to fight the Fengtian clan and the Catacombs Heavenly Court at the same time? If so, the human race was really in danger. In the villa, the said Fang Ping was holding chopsticks, picking up a big piece of beef, laughing. Eat. Eat your fill and get to work. Big cat, eat as much as you can. I'll look for the sea guardian later and ask for a big fish head. This time, I'll have to trouble you to pay more attention. Big cat. The cat ate until its mouth could not close. It said vaguely, Just don't let me fight. Fang Ping laughed. Fight? You don't have to do anything this time. I'll kill all of them alone. It's hard for me to kill a saint. Killing a few emperor levels. What are they? I'll slash down with all my strength. When they're unprepared, I'll slash one at a time. As he said that, Fang Ping looked at Heavenly Wood, laughing. Elder Mu, why aren't you eating? Heavenly Wood was helpless. I'm a tree. A tree. Why should I eat beef? As for the cat tree beside him, it was eating with gusto. Heavenly Wood could only say that this fellow had a master like a servant. The human race isn't weak. Fong Ping ignored Heavenly Wood, looking at the people in the house. Saint Level, Elder Muyu, and Jiang Hao. Emperor Level, Old Man Li is almost there. There's also Di Xing and Ming Ting. The weakness is still in my hands. The three of you, Desperate Realm, Old Wu, Cat Tree, Jiao, Boundless Force. There's also Dragon Islands, Longxian, Immortal Seeking Islands, Yu Hua, Mystic Virtue, Realms, True God, Qianqi. These people can go and ask for help at critical moments. They'll all come. Is the human race weak? Not at all. Those few Fengyan saints, since they've invested once, and I'm not dead, they'll continue to invest. They'll be wary of fighting the Fengtian clan. Fighting the so-called 9 heavenly court saints in the catacombs won't be a problem. Fong Ping was full of confidence and fighting spirit. Today's meal isn't a farewell feast, it's a celebration feast. Fong Ping laughed. That's good too. Let Lion Tang and the rest know how difficult it is for me. Provoke them. Let them understand that it's not that I'm not doing my best, it's that they're too weak. Among these people, they might even reach the pinnacle one day. Pull those fellows who are about to reach the pinnacle over. Old Man Li, when you go back to fight, be more miserable. Don't pretend. Your golden body is broken, desperate, about to fall. It doesn't matter. You still have to shout a few words. Sad and desperate. The human race is helpless. They can only rely on themselves. Needless to say, this is very effective. Back then, when Senior Qinyaozu and the rest broke through, it was because they saw the desperate situation of the humans that they broke through. You too, Senior Tiantu. If you're not in despair, you won't know what hard work is, what fighting is. Fong Ping ate until his mouth was dripping with oil. He laughed loudly. When the time comes, the humans will reach the pinnacle again. I think there might be a few of them. That'll be awesome. We'll fight, a few pinnacles will emerge, and we'll kill some emperanks while we're at it. Big Cat, there are many demons over there. I'll kill them. You bring the corpses back. When we get back, we'll forge weapons and eat their meat. The humans can become stronger. The cat nodded solemnly. I'll keep an eye on it. Food. So much food. How could I ignore it? The outside world thought that Fong Ping was sad. Who knew that Fong Ping did not feel sad at all? He was eating meat and drinking wine. He had already arranged everything. This time he was going to the fake heavenly grave to look for old Zhang and the rest to play. What was wrong with that? As for the people in the outside world who were sad, helpless, and desperate, when he killed those fellows, these people would only feel excited and refreshed. With their moods lifted, their breakthroughs would be smoother. While eating, Fong Ping lamented, "It's really not easy for me to make the human race stronger. Bearing the infamy, who's more difficult than me? When old Zhang was in power, he wasn't as reliable as I am. Everyone was helpless. Stop praising yourself. Fong Ping, this fellow, had to ruin the atmosphere at this time every time. Also, those fellows in the outside world were almost going crazy from the stimulation. Was this really appropriate? Even if you went out to say a few words hypocritically, it would still be better than eating and drinking here, right? Was it appropriate? That was what they thought, but no one went out. Whatever. If it was exciting, so be it. If those fellows' hearts were not good, they might really explode later. Wu Quishan thought in his heart and felt a little apologetic. His own wife seemed to be among them. Forget it, no matter. Let Lu Fengru go crazy for once. She might even achieve rank 9. The group of people continued to eat and drink to their heart's content. What crisis, what bloody battle. What Li Changxing did not have long to live. Who cared? Did they not see that Li Changxing himself was eating until his mouth was covered in grease? This fellow had never thought that he would die. Fong Ping was here. If he died, that would be strange. As for the people outside who were rushing to his funeral, Old Man Li could only say that these fellows were thinking too much. Chapter 1176. Time passed slowly. The Forbidden Sea was a dangerous place where almost no one wandered. Now, people often wandered in the sea. Watch the show. Everyone was ready to watch the show. On the human side, Li Chongqing had agreed to attend. Now that extermination had invited everyone, this place instantly became the focal point of the three realms. Experts appeared one after another. Some hid in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. World Island. This was the new name extermination had given to the island he occupied. Over the past few days, people came and went on the island. From time to time, experts would arrive to watch the battle. Today, an overlord of the three realms, the new heavenly court, had arrived on the huge island. Extermination personally walked out of the island's entrance. He led a few demons in human form to the edge of the island, ready to welcome them. The new heavenly court was extremely powerful in the three realms. The Nine Saint Suppression. Beside extermination, a rough-looking man with golden eyes sealed off the surroundings said in a low voice, "Young master, when we meet later, don't mention challenging these experts for now." Extermination chuckled. "I know what I'm doing. Moreover, King Huai, King Feng, and the others are nothing. Do you think the Nine Saints will object if I kill them?" Then, extermination smiled faintly. "I don't think there's a need to waste too much time on these people after killing the longevity sword. The ones I look forward to in the three realms are the human king, Feng Ping, and the others. Li, Zhen, Feng Ping, and Zhang Tao are the three heroes of the human race. In the previous era, Li Zhu and unquestionable Jian should have been the heroes. Above them are Hong Yu and the chaotic heavenly king. They are also heroes of the era. Extermination said softly, before Master came, he told me to practice with true gods. However, after leaving the mountain, I feel that these true gods might not be of much use." He had seen Luo Yu. He was average. His body was slightly stronger, but it did not mean that he was strong. He also saw Long Xian, who had come with Cosmic Dragon. This dragon expert had a strong body, but he had only ascended to True God. Among True God experts, the longevity sword was worth looking forward to. This was because he had killed a true God when he reached Dao validation. Beside him, the boorish man warned, "Young master, don't be careless. There's naturally a reason why Master made such arrangements. Although young Master has fought many battles and often sparred with us, his aura is still slightly lacking. After killing a few true gods and accumulating an unrivaled aura, he could then fight experts. This way he wouldn't be at a loss. If your first battle is against a venerable sovereign, you will be easily injured in a life-and-death battle." Extermination nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." As he spoke, his eyes lit up and he looked at a dazzling flying ship in front of him. He smiled and said, "They're here. Among the talents of this generation in the Earth domain, I'm actually looking forward to the Fate King the most." What a pity. He felt a little regretful. His master had mentioned Fate King a few times. In fact, it was the best whetstone for him. At the critical moment, they could become emperors, gather the destiny of the Earth realm, and control 100 deities of the Earth realm. If Fate King was still alive, he might not have challenged the longevity sword but Fate King. It was a pity that the Fate Monarch had fallen. Not only did he die, but he had also died at Feng Ping's hands. It was clear that Feng Ping's destiny was abundant. This time, extermination only wanted to blunt Feng Ping's edge. He had no intention of fighting Feng Ping now. Even though his mentality was strong and he might be able to seal Feng Ping's origin, he did not consider fighting Feng Ping right now. As he thought about this, extermination stepped into the air and looked at the flying ship and the powerhouses standing proudly in front of it. He smiled and said, "Extermination greets the Heavenly Sword Saint and the Temple Master Azure Inc. There were 3 saint-level powerhouses from the catacombs this time. Not all of them came. The 3 saints, Heavenly Sword, Azure Inc., and Haiyu were here. Although Azure Inc. and Haiyu were also antiques, Their statuses in the heavenly court were not high. Back then, Azure Inc. had not become a saint yet. On the other hand, Heavenly Sword, one of the 36 saints, was already a saint back then. At this moment, Heavenly Sword raised his brows slightly. He glanced at Extermination and nodded slightly. He smiled faintly and said, "Is Heavenly King Feng doing well?" "My master is doing well." Extermination said with a smile, "He often talks about you seniors, and is filled with emotion. The glory of the ancient times is still unforgettable." The look in Heavenly Sword's eyes was a little complicated. He said faintly, "The ancient times? The ancient times are over. Everything starts again." Today he was conferred the title of the new Heavenly Court Seal Envoy. Although not many people called him that, Heavenly Sword still felt a little sad. Some things were in the past. Now that he had recovered, he should start again. His old acquaintances were either dead or hidden. Heavenly King Feng. No matter what his reputation was, he was indeed a top powerhouse in the ancient times. Heavenly Sword still felt a little emotional. At this moment, Heavenly Sword looked at the monsters behind him and said nothing. He did not speak, but Qing Emo looked at them a few more times and raised her eyebrows slightly. Qing Emo had become a saint during the era of the earthly Emperor God dynasty. At that time, she had also been in contact with some powerhouses in the sect world. At this moment, with her saint-level strength, she could naturally see through their true forms at a glance. They were somewhat familiar. She had some impression of them in her memory. 8 powerhouses. Although the monster race had many powerhouses, 3 peak-level emperors and 5 peak-level true gods didn't appear out of thin air. While Yunya was chatting with them, more people arrived. Saint Yue and Ling Xiao. As soon as Ling Xiao arrived, she looked at the rugged man and frowned slightly. The rugged man also looked at Ling Xiao and nodded slightly without saying anything. Ling Xiao was only a peak-level powerhouse, so she couldn't see through his true form immediately. However, she felt vaguely familiar with him. Soon, Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. Before Saint Yue could speak, she looked at the rugged man and said in a deep voice, "It's you." Yunya smiled and said nothing. The rugged man nodded again and said softly, "Greetings, perfected Lord Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao's eyes were cold. Coiled crocodile. He was the Mount of Go Chu Mountain's venerable Ziyang. The rugged man frowned slightly and was a little unhappy. However, he still replied, "Venerable Ziyang died many years ago, and Coiled Crocodile has become an emperor for many years." Perfected Lord Ling Xiao, it's useless to mention these things. Ling Xiao said coldly, "It's useless. However, during the war between North and South in the past, all of you betrayed us and caused chaos in the war. Many experts died." Coiled Crocodile said in a deep voice, "Perfected Lord Ling Xiao, the demon race is also a member of the 3 realms. What betrayal! Venerable Ziyang imprisoned us. Why can't we leave after the seal was broken? Perfected Lord, you have to know that the demon race has an emperor as well. It's not without roots." Yu Wei and the others had never experienced such things before and did not feel much about it. When she saw that Ling Xiao was about to start a conflict with the demon race, she raised her hand slightly and stopped Ling Xiao from speaking. She looked at Yunya. Yunya bowed slightly and greeted, "Greetings, fair Yu Wei." Yu Wei did not say much and asked indifferently without even looking at Sky Sword and the others, "Feng hasn't come out of seclusion?" "My master sensed the changes in the Tao and is in seclusion. He sure is bold, but you're bold too," Yu Wei said coldly. "Aren't you afraid that the consequences will be unpredictable if you fight Longevity Sword?" Yunya smiled. "Fair Yu Wei, you must be joking. I've heard a lot about human powerhouses. This time I came out of seclusion and was itching for a fight. That's why I sent the challenge letter. If Longevity Sword is unwilling, I won't force it." He then added, "It's just a friendly match. Please don't misunderstand. Fairy Yu Wei, misunderstand?" Yu Wei smiled disdainfully. "I don't mind. It's your freedom to challenge whoever you want." Since Fong Ping has agreed, I won't interfere. However, the human race isn't without powerhouses. Heavenly King Zhen and King Wu are both Heavenly King powerhouses. Today's friendly match is fine. But even if your master is Fong, will he be able to protect you? Saint Yue added, if the Sky Sealing clan fought humans after leaving seclusion, it would not be good for the North Emperor's bloodline, which had just joined forces with the human race. If Longevity Sword was killed, there was no telling what Fong Ping would do. If that happened, the human race would become enemies with the Sky Sealing clan. She would be in a difficult position. Heavenly King Zhen was not a weakling. Extermination smiled. You worry too much, Fairy Yue. Extermination said it's just a friendly match. Up to you. Yue didn't say anything else. With a wave of her hand, a palace appeared in the sky. Yu Wei brought Ling Xiao into the palace, and the palace instantly disappeared into the void. Clearly, she had come to watch the battle and had no intention of interfering. Sky Sword Saint glanced at her and chuckled. Today is the day of the friendly match. I wonder if Fong Ping and Li Chongqing dare to come. Extermination, we won't disturb you. We'll just watch the match on our own. Having said that, the spaceship broke through the void and disappeared into the darkness. Powerhouses arrived one after another. Almost everyone from the 9 Emperors' bloodline had arrived, except for Yuan Gang, who was missing. Some stood proudly in the void, while others entered the spatial rifts. One after another, more true gods arrived. There were people from the sky beyond skies and the overseas immortal islands, including some demons from the Forbidden Sea. At Mount Imperial Seaside, demon swordsmen arrived with a few 9th-grade demonic beasts. He stopped far away and didn't approach. After finding a place with no one around, the few demons stopped in the air. Silence! There were many powerhouses, even some rank 9s. However, at this moment, no one made a sound. They all remained silent. The Sky Sealing clan was challenging the human Longevity Sword Saint. Both sides were powerhouses. Both sides had powerhouses. This was not an ordinary battle. Amidst this strange silence, in the distance, the void trembled. A passageway came from afar, piercing through space. They're here. Someone growled. The human powerhouses were here. The void trembled. In other places, some powerhouses' silhouettes flashed. Yu Wei, Sky Sword, and the others also revealed their appearances, appearing and disappearing. The passageway pierced through thousands of miles away. Soon, someone stepped out. Fong Ping. Fong Ping, with his neat, short hair, neat martial arts uniform, and military boots, did not look bloated. Instead, he looked capable. He did not conceal his aura, nor did he deliberately release his aura. It was just the aura of a normal paragon. When Fong Ping walked out, Extermination's pupils contracted slightly when he saw Fong Ping. This was the first time he saw King Fong Ping. Fong Ping's reputation was well known throughout the 3 realms. Even in the depths of misery, he had heard of Fong Ping's name. Today he finally met him. There was no ostentatiousness like he imagined, no anger and resentment when he saw him. There was only calmness. 21 years old. For a moment, Extermination felt a little uneasy. The calmer he was, the more uneasy he felt. Whether Fong Ping was angry or overbearing, he could accept it. However, Fong Ping's calmness made him feel uneasy. Behind him, 3 Emperor-level demons and 5 True God demons looked like they were facing a formidable enemy. They were not afraid when they saw Fong Ping. Instead, it was a cat that walked out lazily behind Fong Ping. Fong Ping. This time, the cat did not walk on its hind legs. Like an ordinary cat, it landed on the ground on all 4s. Its gait was not elegant, and its plump body looked like it was about to fall. It followed Fong Ping out of the passageway, lazily yawning. Its whiskers shook, its big eyes half closed, as if it had not woken up yet. As if it had sensed the demon's aura, the cat opened its eyes lazily and looked at the opposite side. When it saw the 8 monsters opposite it, it ignored the coiled crocodile and looked at the other emperor-level demon, saying lazily, You're that sick a deer? You're not dead? Gong Juanzi said you ran away. This cat thought you were dead. It sounded like a curse. However, at this moment, the handsome young emperor-level demon's expression changed slightly. He bowed slightly and said, Lu Shu greets Sky Emperor. The cat yawned again. Lu Shu, that's right, it's you. You used to be a true god, and now you're an emperor level. That's pretty fast. When Gong Juanzi came out, he was only an emperor level. Sky Emperor, please excuse me. Lu Shu's expression was solemn. It deliberated over its answer, but did not dare to say much. It was Gong Juanzi's mount. In the past, Quechang Mountain was famous for its beast taming. However, Gong Juanzi mainly studied beast taming techniques. He was not too concerned about the strength of his mount. He mainly used it as a means of transportation. In the past, Lu Shu only had true god-level strength. Now, it had become a top-notch emperor-level powerhouse. During the conversation between the cat and the deer, Meteoric Annihilation looked at Fong Ping a few times, as if he wanted to speak. However, Fong Ping did not even look at him. Fong Ping looked left and right. He was not looking randomly. Instead, he was looking at the places where the powerhouses were hiding. They were all saints. Saint Yu Wei, Guardian Wind Cloud. Fong Ping greeted them in a few directions. He nodded slightly, a faint smile on his face. Yu Wei and Wind Cloud's silhouettes flashed. They nodded at Fong Ping as a response. Very quickly, they disappeared into the void again. Fong Ping looked at the area where Sky Sword and the rest were. He said lightly, Try to stay as far away from the catacombs as possible. Don't get too close to me. I don't trust my enemies to get too close to me. Otherwise, I'll think that they're hostile. If they're hostile, that means they need to fight. The spaceship appeared. This time, it was no longer hidden. Ching Mo said coldly, Fong Ping, do you really think that no one can do anything to you? Fong Ping looked at her and tilted his head slightly. He seemed a little curious and expectant. You dare to challenge me to a battle? I don't like to fight women, but I don't mind sending you back to the furnace to be reforged. Qing Mo's expression did not look too good. Fong Ping was arrogant as usual. He still provoked the catacombs' 9 saints as usual. It was as if he had not considered the consequences at all. One had to know that the Sky Ceiling Clan was challenging human powerhouses now. Fong Ping suddenly laughed. Do you think I'm crazy? The Sky Ceiling Clan is here. Would they dare to offend you? If you join forces, you can easily destroy the human race. Fong Ping laughed. He shook his head slightly. As expected, long hair but short knowledge. The ancients are the ancients. Men and women are the same. Around them, some powerhouses were speechless. Some looked at their long hair, then at the unique human powerhouses' short hair. Some could not help but laugh. Some snorted softly. Fong Ping ignored her. It was as if he was certain that she would not dare to challenge him. Only then did he look at Doom, who was frowning. He smiled. Your name is Doom? There was no anger on his face. There was no arrogance. However, this tone and attitude of a senior talking to a junior made Doom a little uncomfortable. Fong Ping, although he did not look down on him, he seemed to be looking down on him. He communicated with the saints first before paying attention to him, the main character of today. Suppressing the unhappiness in his heart, Yun Mia smiled. Yun Mia greets Human King. You're welcome. Fong Ping smiled. If you were, you wouldn't have challenged the longevity sword. King Rin, you've misunderstood. Fong Ping raised his hand and stopped him from continuing. He smiled. It's nothing. It's just a challenge. Emperor-level challenging a paragon is also in line with your clan style. It's nothing. Having said that, Fong Ping looked at Li Chongsheng, who was walking out of the passageway in silence. He smiled. Instructor, are you confident you can kill an emperor? Old Manly looked at him and said calmly, "I'll do my best." "It's okay. It's normal if you can't beat him. You've just achieved Paragon. It's not embarrassing to admit defeat if you can't beat him. If anyone thinks it's embarrassing, the rank 9s here can challenge me at will. I'm a Paragon. If you rank 9s can hurt even a strand of my hair, I'll consider you powerful." Fong Ping joked, but the others could not bring themselves to laugh. None of the rank 9 martial artists who were watching the battle spoke. Hurt Fong Ping? He had the ability to kill a saint. The difference between a rank 9 and him was like heaven and earth. He could kill a rank 9 with a single breath. Although Fong Ping did not say it directly, he was obviously mocking Doom for challenging a martial artist who was 1 rank lower. Doom did not show it, but he was furious in his heart. Once Fong Ping came, it was as if this was his home field. He was completely controlling the situation. Fong Ping did not care what he thought. He reached out and grabbed. Below him, the seawater rose into the air and froze directly, turning into an iceberg. Fong Ping did not care about the others' gazes. Some tables and chairs appeared out of thin air. Soon, Fong Ping sat down. He called out to the others and smiled. "Sit, Guardian Wind Cloud, Sage Yue, Rainbow Butterfly, Cosmic Dragon. If you don't mind, come over and have a chat. Watch the Emperor-level Paragon fight. It's just a small matter." Why so serious? Everyone was silent. In the next moment, Taoist Wind Cloud appeared, smiling. "I won't stand on ceremony then. It's an honor to taste King Ren's tea." Taoist Wind Cloud brought Earth Xing, who was reluctant, flying across the sky and landing on the iceberg in an instant. On the other side, Yue hesitated for a moment before landing with Ling Xiao. Cosmic Dragon and Rainbow Butterfly also hesitated for a moment before arriving with Yu Wuhua and Long Xian. The saints gathered. Fong Ping did not seem to care much about the battle, greeting everyone warmly. At this moment, he seemed to remember something. He looked at Doom, who was floating in the air, and smiled. "Don't mind me. I like to make friends. I'm used to it. Teacher, go and spar with Doom. Stay a little further away from here. Don't get us involved. Have a cup of tea. It's rare to have some peace and quiet." Old Manly held the sky-crushing sword in his hand. Without a word, he took a step in the air and walked tens of li away. There was no one there. Old Man Li's chi surged. He watched Doom from afar without saying a word. Doom's expression changed. It was not because he felt Old Man Li's power, but because he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Fong Ping was drinking tea and watching the show while he needed to fight. If Fong Ping watched the battle solemnly from the side, he would feel more comfortable. But now, Fong Ping was not nervous at all. He just sat there drinking tea and watching them. In the end, Doom felt like he had become a monkey show in Fong Ping's eyes. Seeing that Doom was not moving, Fong Ping asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to spar?" Doom took a deep breath, a smile on his face. He said slowly, "It's a spar, but it's a battle between powerhouses. Fists and kicks have no eyes." Fong Ping waved his hand and said casually, "It's fine. Spar is also a battle. According to humans, once you're in the arena, you're responsible for your own life and death. It's nothing. If Teacher Li beats you to death, don't worry. I'll get someone to send you back. Oh, right. Do you want to leave your address? I still don't know where you live." Doom's eyes suddenly sharpened. He looked at Fong Ping and said with a fake smile, "There's no need to trouble the human king. If the longevity sword dies in Doom's hands, I hope the human king won't take it to heart." "I won't," Fong Ping said with a smile. "I'm no match for the Fengtian clan. What's there to take it to? If your heavenly king comes out and wants to kill me, won't I be in danger? Emperor level and heavenly kings fight paragons. Isn't this the style of your clan? I'm just an impasse realm martial artist. Why would I take it to heart? You make it sound like I can easily kill you emperor-level martial artists." Fong Ping said it as if he was joking. He glanced at the demons. There were 8 of them. Fong Ping looked them up and down like an auntie shopping at the market, scanning the quality of the food. After a while, Fong Ping turned his head and joked with the cat lying on the ground. Don't look at them blindly. Some of the demons aren't edible. They don't taste that good. The cat looked up at him innocently. I'm not looking. The 8 demons' expressions changed for a while. They could not stand their gazes. One of the demons snorted softly. Soon, the 8 demons disappeared into the void and did not show up again. Fong Ping's gaze hurt the demons. At this moment, Doom smiled and did not look at Fong Ping anymore. His eyes, however, were glinting coldly. Fong Ping, how arrogant! He was sure that Fong Ping's mentality was not as strong as his. If he fought with Fong Ping, he was confident that he could seal Fong Ping. Was Fong Ping really a match for him without the enhancement of the origin path? That might not be the case. What right did Fong Ping have to look down on him? I'll destroy the longevity sword. Let's see if you can still smile. Doom snorted inwardly. He stepped into the air and threw a seal. In the next moment, the void in the area where Old Manly was trembled. A saint's token. Sky Sword said in a low voice, frowning slightly. Did the Sky Sealing clan obtain this saint's token by accident, or did they get it after killing an ancient saint? And Annihilation's actions were also very obvious. Sealing the void. This was often a sign of a battle to the death. As long as one side was alive, the void would not be broken. This was not giving the enemy a chance to escape. A saint's token. Fong Ping picked up his teacup and took a sip. He chuckled and said meaningfully, How did you know that I wanted to collect this? Thank you so much. Chapter 1177. A great battle broke out instantly. Extermination did not seal Old Man Lee's origin the moment he arrived. Clearly, he wanted to test the waters first. However, he picked the wrong target. Old Man Lee seemed to be mute today. Without saying a word, he went all out. A sword gleam pierced through heaven and earth. Sky Destroyer was unleashed. Demon Martial Sword. Countless heroic spirits appeared. Every one of them was like a sword. The sword broke through the 4th heaven and attacked instantly. Kill! 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 Battle cries reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The heroic spirits were silent, but their battle cries reverberated through the void, shaking people's hearts. Old Man Lee's expression was calm. He had no intention of testing the powerhouses. Or rather, as long as it was an enemy, he had no intention of testing. He gave it his all. When he killed his enemies, he mostly killed them with one move. Those who were weaker than him would die with one move. Those who were stronger than him, if one move was not enough, he would use 2 moves. Fong Ping held his teacup and looked over, frowning slightly. It was not that Old Manly was weak. He was very strong. Old Manly, who had just achieved Tao validation, had improved his control over his strength. His strength had also increased slightly. The strength that he had unleashed might not lose to a paragon rank 7 or 8. However, Extermination was not a weakling. Even if he was a little flustered at first, he quickly steadied himself. Mentality outburst. At this moment, Extermination's mentality condensed into spears. Countless spears shot out. Although they were continuously shattered by the sword gleams, Extermination's mentality was extremely strong. The powerful demon martial sword dissipated completely after shattering hundreds of spears in an instant. Extermination's face was slightly pale, but he was smiling. Li Chongqing was strong, stronger than he had expected. However, even if he did not seal his origin, he was confident that he could defeat him. Extermination's mentality destroyed the demon martial sword. In the next moment, countless spears condensed again, turning into a spear array and attacking Old Manly from all directions. On top of the iceberg, Taoist Feng Yin sighed slightly. The longevity sword is still a notch weaker. Extermination is an emperor level after all. He specializes in mentality. If this goes on. Just as he finished speaking, a shocking scene occurred. Amidst his silence, Old Man Li stepped on empty air. His body seemed to have shrunk a little, but his speed was extremely fast. Countless spears densely covered the small space, yet Old Man Li was like a swimming fish, passing through the spear formation in the blink of an eye. Extermination, who was still controlling the spear array, was slightly taken aback. At this moment, Old Man Li's chi was withdrawn. Like a dying man, he swung his sword lightly. Extermination was still withdrawing his mentality, ready to continue surrounding Old Man Li. Suddenly, someone shouted from the periphery, "Defend!" Heavenly Sword. At this moment, Fong Ping's eyes glowed. The god-slaying saber in his hand flashed. In the next moment, Celestial Sword broke through the void in the distance, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Hai Yu and Qing Mo instantly unleashed their qi dynamic as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Far away, in the restricted area of the catacombs, 6 qi dynamic also erupted, shaking the 3 realms. Fong Ping's expression was the same as usual. He looked at Sky Sword and said coldly, "If you dare to interrupt again, I will kill you today. Even if the human race suffers heavy losses, it doesn't matter. Believe it or not, you can try." Tian Jian's expression was ugly, but he was also slightly fearful. In that instant, Fong Ping's saber slashed into his origin, almost seriously injuring him. Fortunately, there were 3 great saints here. Otherwise, if he fought Fong Ping one-on-one, he might very well follow in Tian Gui's footsteps. Fong Ping let out a cold humph. His gaze was extremely unfriendly. He looked around without saying a word, but his eyes were glowing fiercely. Obviously, if anyone dared to interfere, he was ready to flip out. Heavenly Swords defend, made extermination put away his carelessness. In the next moment, mentality densely covered his body, and a set of silver battle armor appeared on his body. The moment the battle armor appeared, the Sky Destroyer pierced through the mentality defense, stabbing the battle armor with a ding. Bang! There was a loud, deafening sound. Some of the rank 9 martial artists at the periphery started bleeding from their orifices. Many of them hurriedly flew backward, and some fell directly into the sea, their golden bodies corroded by the seawater sizzling. Extermination also took a few steps back, unable to hold back his shock. Looking down at the battle armor, he saw that there was a tiny crack on it. Even though it was being repaired quickly, it could not hide the shock on his face. This was the holy weapon battle armor. He also had Emperor-level combat strength. To be able to break the battle armor with 1 slash meant that this slash had exceeded the battle armor's endurance. Of course, it did not mean that Old Man Li could break the holy weapon, but he had the Sky Destroyer in his hand. This was also a powerful divine weapon, incomparably sharp. This meant that his defense had been broken. Extermination was shocked. How was this possible? He was an emperor level. How could Li Chongqing break his defense so easily? If there was no battle armor, no mentality to defend, this slash would definitely cut his golden body open. This also meant that in his first battle against a true god, he was the first to be injured. Longevity swordsman. Over here, Fong Ping and Heavenly Sword's battle was extremely fast. When it came to an end, the other side had just finished too. At this time, the Saint Yue could not help but exclaim, "Hero! When I see him, I think I see someone." Beside her, the middle-aged cosmic dragon incarnation also said quickly, "That's right, I think I see the rise of Heavenly Emperor Zhan." Fight! Fong Ping did not say anything. At this moment, the other parties were also discussing. Skilled and specialized, fighting for a living, giving up everything, only attacking and not defending. His strength control is as high as 90%. When he uses his full strength, his destructive power increases by another 20%. Li Chongqing, who gave up everything, was born to fight. An all-out offensive swordsman. More than one. 6 million calories limit vitality. His control was as high as 90%. Not only that, the sword he slashed out seemed to be stronger than the average martial artist, even if their strength was the same. Coupled with the enhancement of combat techniques and divine weapons, the current old man was not weaker than some people who had just achieved emperor level, provided that the other party's control was average. Extermination's control of strength was still acceptable, but he lacked actual combat experience. If not for Heavenly Sword's intervention, his golden body might have been shattered. This slash was fruitless. Old man Li's face was slightly pale. Fong Ping glanced at Heavenly Sword again, the murderous glint in his eyes. Heavenly Sword's expression was ugly, but this time he did not say anything. He could feel that if he spoke again, Fong Ping might really fight to the death with him. Humph! Fong Ping let out a cold humph and said nothing. Heavenly Sword, this fellow, did not only have the 3 saints. They were also worried that Fong Ping would do something sneaky. The other 6 saints had been paying attention to this side. If there was any movement, they would tear through the void and come here immediately. Fong Ping still did not have the ability to kill the 9 saints. The spectators fell silent. Many people's eyes flickered. This time they also saw something. Extermination was not weak, but he lacked combat experience. During the battle, he actually underestimated his opponent, underestimated the sword that was ready to draw the bow and release it, and almost suffered a great loss. Under normal circumstances, even rank 9 martial artists would rarely overlook this point. This was because the more the bow and release, the more reserved it was, the more dangerous it was. Saint rank combat armor. At this time, some people also sighed. The Feng Tian clan was generous. Aside from the saint token, they actually had a set of saint rank combat armor. In this case, Li Chongsheng would have to expend 50% more strength to break through the opponent's defense when the other party was prepared. I've underestimated you. Compared to the average new emperor-level martial artist, you're not that far off. At this time, Extermination spoke. Perhaps it was to find an excuse for his own failure, but he flattered Old Man Li. He was slightly at a disadvantage. Before he finished speaking, Old Man Li left only an afterimage, appearing behind him in an instant, wielding his sword and attacking again. There was no earth-shattering chi dynamic, and there were not too many aftershocks. The more it was like this, the more it proved how terrifying he was. When powerhouses with extremely high strength control battled, both sides restrained their strength. Some powerhouses reached the extreme, not even breaking the void. This was because all of their strength was restrained, and the overflowing strength was less than the strength of 150,000 calories vitality. Some powerhouses who had broken through 7 and 8 also had extremely strong strength control. The reason why they could break through the void was because they borrowed the strength of the space rift to kill the enemy, superimposing. It did not mean that the overflowing strength of the other party could break through 7 or 8 levels. Old Man Li did not talk to him. The angle was tricky, and the Sky Destroyer was a sharp weapon. Although Extermination was careful enough, he still could not guard against it. Old Man Li fainted, and the sword stabbed his elbow. There was no armor near the elbow. Battle armor could only protect some vital areas. Although full body armor did not affect powerhouses much, when powerhouses fought, it could easily be hindered. When the sword landed, golden blood spurted out of Extermination's elbow. Extermination was furious. Not only did he fail to establish his dominance, but he was also injured by the longevity sword. In his rage, he did not even think about probing. The next moment he growled, "Seal!" At this moment, a door formed in the void. It was extremely fast. At the speed of light, it shrouded Old Man Li. Origin's sealing technique. At this moment, many ancient sages spoke again. Origin's sealing. Many people knew about this. The Celestial Extermination Emperor knew this technique in the past too, but he was not famous. He had no choice. If he met a weak opponent, he would kill them. If he met a strong opponent, such as the 9 emperors, he could not use it. The only one he could use was the celestial Batian emperor. That was just sparring, and it was considered a useless combat technique. It was not very useful. On the other hand, Heavenly King Conferment carried this path forward. When he met same-level martial artists, Heavenly Kings with weaker mentality would often be at a disadvantage. Although they could break through the seal quickly, the momentary drop in strength was enough to cause a great impact. At this moment, Extermination used the origin sealing technique. He was obviously prepared to end the battle quickly, establishing authority, emperor-level fighting against the top. Even if he killed the opponent, it was not considered establishing authority, sealing the longevity sword and killing the opponent in an instant. This was power. As soon as the origin sealing technique was used, Fang Ping's expression changed. He shouted, "Be careful!" Old Man Li quickly escaped into the air, trying to avoid it, but how could he? The next moment, the door entered Old Man Li's body. Old Man Li's expression changed, and his chi flow dropped significantly. At this moment, a spear appeared in Extermination's hand. With a cold humph, the spear stabbed toward his head. Old Man Li retreated hurriedly, but his speed was much slower. How could he compare to Extermination? Extermination's spear stabbed toward him, and the void shattered. Old Man Li growled and used his sword to block it. Extermination sneered. Could you block it? His sword was soft and powerless. He could feel it. At this moment, Sky Sword Saint's expression changed again. Before he could speak, Fang Ping slashed his saber. Not only that, Fang Ping tore the void directly, punching out. Qing Mo blocked it. An explosion was heard. Fang Ping stepped on the void and retreated a few meters. Qing Mo flew hundreds of meters away, crashing into the spaceship behind him and exploding it. Some true gods brought their people and flew away quickly. However, there were also a few unlucky rank 9s who exploded directly, dying completely. Just as Saint Haiyu was about to attack, Wind and Cloud and the rest arrived. Fang Ping stopped too. He looked at Sky Sword without saying a word, his gaze cold and fierce. Sky Sword was a little aggrieved. He growled. He wanted to explain. I did not speak. However, when he thought of explaining, he felt that he was inferior to Fang Ping. He gave a cold humph and did not explain any more. Deep down, however, he was angry. Fang Ping was so domineering. They all had the combat strength of a saint. Their speed was faster than Old Man Li and the rest. In a flash of lightning and thunder, a confrontation was completed. The other onlookers did not even have time to look over here. They were all focused on Old Man Li and the rest. At this moment, Old Man Li, whose momentum had dropped earlier, suddenly became as sharp as a sword. His eyes were bright, and there was no sign of him weakening. This was the first time Old Man Li had spoken since the beginning of the day. Doom's expression changed drastically. The long spear had already been thrust. It was too late to retract it. Old Man Li stepped on the void, dodging quickly. He stabbed with his sword. The speed of this stab suddenly increased exponentially, so fast that it could not be any faster. There was a splat. Doom screamed and retreated hurriedly. The next moment he covered his eyes and screamed. Old Man Li's sword pierced through his right eye directly. The pain was unbearable. Not only that, the sword aura was still exploding in his brain, stimulating him even more. You deserve to die! Doom roared resentfully. He was actually blinded by the other party. Even if it could be recovered, it was still a great humiliation. At this moment, Doom's mentality erupted to the extreme. A powerful mentality swept across the area instantly. Some rank 9 martial artists who were close were shattered instantly. Fang Ping took a glance, slightly speechless. Was he crazy? A rank 9 watching a battle was fine, but he was watching from tens of miles away. Right here, with no one to protect him, was he not courting death? A very strong mentality. Fong Ping roughly sensed it. It might have really exceeded 25,000 hertz. The pinnacle was marked by 10,000 galleries. At the peak, walking for a kilometer would increase the speed by about 1,000 hertz. Overlord tier mental energy was about 20,000 hertz. At 10,000 meters, it was the same as the origin source path's enhancement. After walking for 10,000 meters, the enhancement would be about kilohertz or so, surpassing 25,000 hertz of mental energy, which was close to the standard of a sage. His mental strength was strong, and when he used his full strength, it was also extremely powerful. Old Man Li's face turned pale instantly. Generally speaking, it was very difficult for a powerhouse with strong mental strength to suppress a powerhouse with pure mental strength. However, if the disparity was large, it could still be suppressed. Old Man Li was obviously being suppressed. At this moment, he, who had just wanted to deal the finishing blow, froze. Destruction's eyes quickly recovered. Right now, his face was filled with anger. It was too painful. He wanted to kill this bastard. Mentality continued to erupt. Old Man Li's sword aura also erupted, and his vitality erupted. He resisted with great difficulty, but he was still suppressed. He was suppressed to the point where he could not move an inch. Damn bastard, go to hell! Extermination's fury was written all over his face. His speed was extremely fast, and as he suppressed his opponent with his mental strength, he thrust his spear forward once more. Old Man Li was suppressed. His movements were slightly slower, so he could not avoid it this time. Pucci! His sword-wielding right hand was pierced. Destruction did not drag him into the Source World to fight. The battle in the Source World was very dangerous. Of course, the danger was not the main point. It was that no one could see it. He still did not have the ability to manifest the Source World, just like the time in the forest. If he dragged Li Changxing in, both parties would fight in the Source World. No one else could see it. This way, even if he killed Li Changxing, his anger would not be appeased. As an emperor-level powerhouse, his mentality was incomparably strong, and he carried 3 holy weapons. Yet he was blinded by a paragon. How humiliating! If he did not kill Li Changxing in front of everyone, how could he wash away the humiliation? It's dangerous. Taoist Feng Yin looked at Fong Ping, frowning slightly. As for Sky Sword and the rest, they did not speak now. Instead, there were cold smiles on their faces, a little gloating. Fong Ping was boundlessly domineering. Earlier, before Sky Sword even spoke, he attacked as he said he would. This made the few ancient sages hold their breaths. Now that destruction had suppressed Longevity Sword, piercing through Longevity Sword's limbs in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the spear was about to pierce his head, the few of them were overjoyed. Fong Ping said nothing. He looked at Old Man Li. He was ready to make a move. Old Man Li's gaze was still cold. Even though he was suppressed, he was still moving his body, struggling to evade. The range of his body movements was not big, but Fong Ping saw a very simple cultivation method. Perhaps it was not considered a cultivation method. Pole standing. Old Man Li's body trembled slightly, his posture like he was standing on a pole. The muscles all over his body were trembling, his body vibrating slightly. The annihilation spear pierced forward. Old Man Li only dodged slightly, but as if there was a force pulling it, the spear that was about to pierce into his brain deviated slightly and pierced into his shoulder. Blood splattered. Old Man Li did not care. At this moment, he suddenly said, Fong Ping, pole standing. The basic method that human powerhouses have studied for their entire lives. As soon as he finished speaking, his body trembled, and the spear was flicked out. This time, the bones in Destruction's hand were broken. Blood splattered everywhere. Damn it! Destruction was completely enraged. He had suppressed the other party, and the other party dodged with difficulty. Yet he was still retaliated. How embarrassing! His physique was not as strong as Li Changxing's because Old Man Li had advanced to a 9th grade golden body. Old Man Li did not care. His body was still trembling. His feet stepped on the void, but it was as if he was rooted in the void, swaying constantly. Destruction stabbed out with his spear again and again. However, Old Manly kept dodging, avoiding the vital parts. With his mentality suppressed, it was difficult for him to move. At this moment, he fought an unimaginable scene. He kept dodging an emperor-level powerhouse's killing move in a small space. At this moment, even the ancient saint, Sky Sword, had a solemn look on his face. Even if he was an enemy, Sky Sword wanted to praise him. Truly amazing. This time, the human longevity sword had entered the eyes of a saint like him. He was an outstanding individual. If he was given another 100 years, Sky Sword felt that the human race would probably rise to another top-notch powerhouse. Being suppressed in a small space, yet he fought with the elegance of a martial artist. Even if he could not win, it was not because Li Chongqing was useless. Of course, this was also related to Destruction's lack of combat experience, which made it difficult for him to predict. Everyone was dazzled by what they saw. Destruction only felt humiliated. He had clearly suppressed the other party, yet the other party was teaching him right in front of him. Pole standing. An aspiring martial artist's basic cultivation technique was used by Li Chongqing to perfection. He had a clear understanding of every part of his body and every cell. He could even predict where Destruction would attack next and how to prepare in advance by moving his muscles. Even if he could not completely dodge the attack, he could at least avoid serious injuries. A grandmaster in actual combat. Normally, Old Manly would not reveal these things because there was no need. However, today, in a one-on-one battle, this human's pinnacle had broadened the horizons of the saints of the three realms. At this moment, many people were watching the battle. It was not just the people present. Sealed Sky Island. The young man was still fishing. At this moment, a scene from tens of thousands of miles away appeared on the surface of the water. On the screen was Old Man, Li, and Destruction. There were a few people standing behind the young man. The young man shook his head slightly. Destruction is a little impatient. Of course, it's because this is his first time out. He made many mistakes and underestimated the enemy. I've said before, don't underestimate any opponent. Anyone can kill you. His temperament still needs to be polished. But it's good. Longevity Sword is a good opponent. It will teach him many things. Some things can't just be said. The young man who was fishing laughed. Longevity Sword is better than I expected. Destruction's battle with him is better than 10 years of hard work. If he can remember these mistakes and don't make them again. Master! Behind him, an elegant middle-aged man said softly, Longevity Sword is indeed a suitable whetstone. But Fong Ping is nearby. If he kills Longevity Sword, won't Fong Ping make a move? Beside the elegant middle-aged man, a beautiful woman said, Third senior brother, you worry too much. Fong Ping is strong, but with the 8 island guarding beasts, even if Fong Ping makes a move, he can still fight. The other saints won't dare to make a move recklessly. The elegant middle-aged man nodded slightly, but still said, It's better to be careful. I've done some research on Fong Ping. He's young and impulsive. He might not be able to control himself like the others. The older generation was fine. The middle-aged man felt that the young Fong Ping might not be able to control himself. The young man who was fishing smiled faintly. It's fine. Just watch. Yes. The few of them responded and continued watching the water screen. At the same time, Star Town in the small world. The God Creation Envoy and Jiang Hao were both there. The God Creation Envoy clicked his tongue and laughed. Amazing! Longevity Sword Li Chongqing. What a character. Even I want to rank him among the strongest in the past 8,000 years. I thought he was just lucky and chose a special Tao. Now, it seems like the Longevity Sword's strength lies not in his Tao, but in his martial arts. If that's the case, Zhao Xingwu and Wang Jinyang are in danger. I might kick one of them out. Jiang Hao's expression was also solemn. To be able to use pole standing to this extent, it's not the pole standing that's strong, but Li Changxing's talent in combat. Annihilation is using him as a whetstone, and Li Changsheng is also using annihilation to train himself. This is also a suitable target. He's stronger than him, but he doesn't have enough combat experience. He won't be able to kill him instantly. This opponent is not bad. As he said that, he could not help but say, but he's being suppressed after all. If this goes on, small injuries will accumulate and will soon weaken. Fan Ping, can he endure it? Endure? The God Creation envoy yawned. Do you think he can endure it? I think it's hard. Just wait and see. Something big might happen today. This is just the appetizer. I think you'd better rush over today. Otherwise, Jiang Hao frowned. It's not that I don't want to go, but I'm naturally at a disadvantage when facing the sky-sealing bloodline. I and the unquestionable sword's origin are the same, but I'm only at the peak of strength. Once I'm targeted by the sky-sealing bloodline and seal my origin, I'm not even at the peak. That's true, the God Creation envoy laughed. See, this is the flaw of the origin Tao. No matter how strong you are, sometimes you will still feel aggrieved. If it's a beginner martial artist, even if he's not as good as the other party, he can still go all out. However, a martial artist of the origin Tao, if he's slightly weaker than the other party, would be beaten up. He can't even go all out. Beginner martial artists are losers, the God Creation envoy interrupted. That's because the Tao of beginner martial artists isn't strong enough. Both the origin Tao and the beginner Tao have flaws. Jiang Hao nodded and said, Li Changxing is stronger than I expected, but it's also related to Annihilation's pride. Now that he's pulled into the origin, Li Changxing is in danger. The God Creation envoy laughed. Let's continue watching. Maybe the results will be a little unexpected. After saying that, the two of them stopped chatting and looked at the mirror in front of them. The battle was still going on. As a God Creation envoy, it was not difficult to forge this kind of treasure that imitated the heaven-peaking mirror. At this time, the God Creation envoy watched with relish and felt that he had gained a lot. Maybe it was time to chat with this longevity sword about his ever-changing body. It was a little interesting. Chapter 1178. On the Forbidden Sea, the battle continued. Even if Li Changxing had rich combat experience, the gap was still a gap. He was suppressed and could not move. His counterattack was limited and his injuries were accumulating. His blood was flowing, turning from gold to pale gold. He was still holding on. There was no time to give up in a battle. Unless he died, even if there was a glimmer of hope, he would not let the enemy kill him. Of course, not everyone was like this. Some of the saints watching the battle were already sighing. If he persisted, he would die too. If he admitted defeat now, there might be a chance of survival. If this went on, extermination was obviously becoming extremely irritable and impatient. This was wearing down extermination's patience. Moreover, Li Changxing's continuous counterattacks had injured extermination. After a few times, extermination was also injured and became more irritable. Thousands of miles away from here in the outland, there was also a huge screen showing the battle scene. Some human rank, 9 powerhouses were watching the battle here. Fan Ping was worried that they would be affected, so he did not bring them along. At this moment, in the crowd, many people clenched their fists. Gloomy, Li Deong, Su Yunfei, Jiang Yuanhua, Guo Shanquan, Xie Yifan, Zhong Qinghuan, one by one, rank 9 powerhouses were gathered here. They did not go to the outland to participate in the battle. They were waiting for the result. However, the result was not good. Was Li Changxing powerful? Very powerful. He killed a venerable emperor to the point that he had to use all kinds of trump cards. Saint-level mentality, 3 sacred weapons, origin sealing technique, but being powerful was useless. After all, he had just achieved the peak. The gap was too big. If this went on, he would die. Cat Tree, who was in charge of maintaining the screen, turned into a wretched old man and said viciously, "This guy is going to be killed. What a pity. He's also an outstanding person. If he lives, he will have a bright future. What a pity. You guys just watch. Don't think too much. Look at the other rank 9s. They are all killed by the aftershock. You guys can only watch from thousands of miles away. Don't worry, the king will collect the corpses. You guys are not needed." Everyone was livid. Bei Gongyan looked at it with an ugly expression. If it was not for the fact that they were on the same side, he would have teamed up with the others to kill it. The cat tree didn't seem to care and said lazily, "I'm really going to be beaten to death. Aya, the 9 refined golden body, can't take it anymore. My left hand was cut off. It's over. Not bad. You actually injured Annihilation. This guy is really strong. If he lives for a few more years, he'll become an emperor, and maybe he'll be able to fight a saint. It's over, it's over," the cat tree kept nagging. Behind it, everyone's eyes were blood red. There were some who stared at it angrily, their anger to the extreme. "I don't need you to explain." They saw it. He watched as the Longevity sword fought, bathed in blood. Even though the Longevity sword's wounds were worsening, he continued to fight back. Regardless of whether there was a chance of victory or not, he wanted to inflict damage on the enemy. This was the motto of the human experts. He couldn't die without any battle merits. If he died, then the other party would have to bite him. Su Yunfei, an expert who was about to prove his Tao, felt extremely complicated at this moment. He was from Star Town, the legitimate son of the Sword King. He had been guarding Weiyu Mountain for hundreds of years. Sometimes he couldn't empathize with some of the things that happened to the human race. Today, however, when he saw the Longevity sword fighting a D-Zune relentlessly, he was truly touched. Tenacity. He had been unable to prove his Tao for a long time, but some of the people ranked below him had. This was probably what he lacked. His father died in battle, and he wanted to prove his Tao as soon as possible. However, he couldn't. Today he had many thoughts. The people around him felt their qi and blood qi erupt. Depression, anger, sorrow, and all sorts of emotions converged, making the place even more oppressive. Su Yunfei did not close his eyes. He kept staring at the screen. His aura gradually fluctuated. The others ignored him. They were all watching the screen and the Longevity sword. Some people clenched their fists, feeling so aggrieved that they were about to explode. They gritted their teeth, causing blood to flow. They held their breaths and said in a deep voice, "Why are we so weak? It's been 80 years. Why can't we prove our Tao? Why?" The wretched old man, the cat tree, rolled his eyes frantically. "Why can't I prove my Tao in 80 years? Are you asking me? Who are you mocking? Who thinks it's embarrassing that they can't prove their Tao in 80 years? These humans must be crazy. It's normal that they can't prove their Tao in 800 years. Is this considered showing off?" However, thinking of the mission Fong Ping gave him, the cat tree said lazily, "What's the use of proving our Tao? Are we a match for a saint? Are we a match for a heavenly king? However, a rank 9 is really weak. 5 true gods can at least stop an emperor level. 50 true gods can kill a saint easily. Of course, when it comes to a heavenly king, it'll be another hurdle. If the humans really send out 100 true gods, it won't be difficult to kill a few weak saints. If they fight, the number of people will be slightly less. About 20 will be enough. The 9 saints in the catacombs and 180 true gods can definitely stop them. After stopping the 9 saints, Fong Ping can go all out and lead those saints to kill the heavenly kings directly. What a pity!" The cat tree sighed. "What a pity. There are too few human true gods. There are only a few of them. They're useless. The human king is also restricted. He can only watch helplessly as others kill the Longevity sword. It's such a pity. With the 9 saints around, he wouldn't dare to go all out. You guys, you're a burden. You're a burden to these human race experts. Otherwise, these human race experts would be overlords no matter where they go. Everyone became more and more aggrieved, self-blaming, and angry. The cat tree continued. The more he talked, the more carefree he felt. Awesome. Provoking these people was pretty awesome. The human king threatened him and wanted him to give them cat fruit. Was it easy for him? Provoking them now was too awesome. This was still following orders. Seeing these people's faces flushed red as if they were about to explode, the cat tree's wicked interest arose. Would a few of them explode? He hoped not. The human king was not to be trifled with. Right. How did the human king know that he could provoke them to death? The cat tree was a little puzzled. He only looked wretched, but in reality he was not. Bastard! An angry curse rang through the clouds. Extermination was about to explode. Under his suppression, the longevity sword kept seizing opportunities to injure him. His wrist was slashed 3 times by the longevity sword, and his wrist was severed. Although it healed quickly, Extermination felt humiliated. He had embarrassed himself greatly today. Not only did he fail to kill the longevity sword quickly, but he was also injured multiple times by the other party in front of so many people. Die! Extermination's mentality erupted again, suppressing Li Chongsheng. His eyes dimmed. He struck with his spear. This time he did not stab. Instead, he swept his spear horizontally. Bam! Although Old Man Li was struggling to dodge, his waist was still blasted open by the spear. Blood gushed out. Old Man Li's eyes became clearer. The flesh and blood that shot out instantly transformed into a long sword. With a buzz, it shot through the air and pierced through Extermination's wrist again. At this moment, Old Man Li's face was pale, but he was incredibly calm. He looked at Extermination and suddenly laughed. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Useless thing. I've used up 60% of my mentality. If you can't kill me in 10 minutes, I'll kill you." Extermination's face was livid. Yes, his mentality was depleted too. It was a lot. Suppressing Li Chongsheng was not easy. He could not recover his mentality infinitely, and it was difficult to replenish his depleted mentality. This was against Li Chongsheng alone. If there was another powerhouse like Li Chongsheng by his side, he might be exhausted to death. Moreover, he was confident that he could fight a saint. In the end, he was exhausted to death by 2 paragons. Not only that, but he could also feel that Li Chongsheng was using his suppression to train himself. Li Chongsheng had just ascended. His strength was not stable enough. Even his aura was unstable. However, although he was heavily injured, his strength was becoming stronger. Walking on the edge of life and death with powerhouses might be difficult to raise one's level, but it was extremely helpful in training one's own strength. Human martial artists rarely went into closed-door training. They all chose to train in the most dangerous battles. This situation had its pros and cons. It was extremely dangerous, but it was also the fastest way. They did not have time. Therefore, they could only use dangerous methods to buy time. Today, Li Chongsheng was doing the same. He was consolidating everything he had. Since he could not kill Li Chongsheng, Extermination's patience was completely worn out. "I was planning to let you live a little longer. Now hurry up and go." Before he finished speaking, Old Man Li spurted a mouthful of blood, piercing his cheek again. He laughed. "What? You deserve to die." Extermination was enraged. With a rumble, Origin Chi erupted. He was not an idiot. Up until this point in the battle, how could he not feel that this person's origin could not be sealed? It was not that the origin was too strong, but it was too weak. Sealing it did not seem to have much effect. If that was the case, then he would kill the other party in the origin. This time, Old Man Li's expression was much more solemn. As if he knew that Fong Ping wanted to attack, Old Man Li took a deep breath. Even the void trembled and shattered. "Origin. I want to try. Those with strong willpower have strong origin too." Who said that if mentality is weak, then the origin is weak. He wanted to take a gamble. relying on willpower to manifest the origin and fight this person in the origin. Outside, Fang Ping's expression changed again and again. Some things could not be changed just because your willpower was strong. Old man Li was so persistent. Perhaps he wanted to take a risk and see if he could go further with the origin Dao. When the origin Dao became stronger, he would also receive feedback. His vitality would become stronger, and his combat strength would become stronger. But this was really too dangerous. Who could be sure that their origin Dao would definitely go further in the next moment? Fang Ping's gaze changed, but his expression did not change. After hesitating a few times, he did not choose to attack in the end. Instead, he was prepared to attack at any time and slash extermination's origin Dao. Respectable, but also sad. At this moment, the divine emperor bloodline's saint suddenly sighed. What an unyielding powerhouse! It was a pity that he was born in the wrong era in the wrong place. If the human race was stronger, this would not have happened. Of course, if the human race was strong enough to be fearless, perhaps such a powerhouse would not have been born. For the sake of the human race, he had no choice but to fight a venerable emperor. Moreover, a venerable emperor with unparalleled mentality. If extermination was experienced, he might not lose to a saint. This divine emperor bloodline's saint could not help but look at Fang Ping with some sympathy. Being born in this era was really somewhat hopeless. Beside Fang Ping, Kai Dai also sighed. Entering his origin, Longevity Sword is in danger. It was probably going to die. No one mentioned how powerful extermination was. At this moment, even the enemy only felt that it was a pity that Longevity Sword was used as a whetstone by the Sky Sealing clan. As for extermination, although he was strong, it was still somewhat despicable. At this moment, Li Changxing's gaze dimmed instantly. It was the same for extermination. Both parties had entered the origin world. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, a little anxious. How long could Li Changxing last? Beside him, Wu Quishan transmitted his voice. Fang Ping. Fang Ping remained calm and replied telepathically, "Wait a little longer." Old man, Li wants to take the opportunity to stimulate himself and advance his origin. I won't attack until the last moment. But he's holding his breath. If I attack now, this breath will dissipate. I believe in him. He can do what others can't. A rank 6 killed a rank 8, a rank 9 killed Paragon. His battle record is even more glorious than old Zhang's. He can do it. Fang Ping firmly believed that he could do it. This was the Longevity Swordsman, a powerhouse who had been injured for 10 years, lying dormant for 10 years, just to hone his sword. The magnificence of that sword was still unforgettable. A rank 6 killing a rank 8, the first person in history. Even Fang Ping, in a battle of the same rank, only gradually surpassed old man Li after rank 8 7th refinement. Without Fang Ping, since ancient times, how many people dared to say that they could fight Li Changxing at the same rank? A crippled rank 6, sharpening his sword and killing a rank 8. This was something impossible. But he did it. Fang Ping closed his eyes, as if he could not bear to see Li Changxing die. At this moment, the surroundings were silent. For a moment, many people felt sad. Sometimes, even though they were clearly enemies, they were still worthy of respect. Fang Ping, Li Changxing, and all the human powerhouses were in a difficult situation. However, no one gave up, no one complained. They were all working hard to move forward, hoping to change everything. Cosmic Dragon and the other ancient saints were also deep in thought at this moment. The humans of this era were in a more difficult situation than the tribes of any other era. However, the humans of this era had also given birth to powerhouses who were worth writing about. No matter how strong they were worth mentioning. Bang! With a loud bang, Li Changxing's skull exploded, revealing the organs in his head. It was extremely horrifying. Wu Quishan moved his feet. In the next moment, he retracted his leg, looking angry. Clenching his fists, Wu Quishan's white hair stood on end. Even if he knew Fong Ping's plan, he felt helpless at this moment. The humans were still not strong enough. Otherwise, they would not have to do this. Back then, he thought that he could turn everything around when he reached the peak. Now he was already at the peak, but he still could not change anything. He glanced at a few people from the corner of his eyes. Sky Sword, Haiyu, these people were all enemies, the culprits. If not for them, this battle would not have happened. No matter how domineering the Fengtian clan was, without anyone to restrain the humans, they would not dare to rashly choose humans as their sharpening stones. Anger and unwillingness filled every human's heart. In the source world, extermination sneered. Opposite him, old man Li's figure seemed a little illusory, not real enough. Welcome to this world. Extermination regained his composure. This was his world, he was the master. The source world was very bright, very big, and also integrated with some things. Powerhouses with strong mentality would integrate their materialized objects into the source world. Right now, in his source world, a spear that pierced through the heavens and the earth was integrated. Do you know what this is? Extermination was very calm, smiling. God, destroyer spear. You should know. Old man Li was not in a hurry to fight, looking at him with an indifferent expression. Master once said that in this era everyone has hope. Everyone should have a goal, and my goal is not you, not Fong Ping, not Zhang Tao, but extermination. Extermination picked up the spear that pierced through the heavens and the earth, smiling. This is the God destroyer spear, extermination's divine weapon. Ever since I was young, Master has always talked about the 4 emperors, heroes who were even more outstanding than the 9 emperors in the ancient times. Master said that people like us are born to break taboos and surpass our predecessors. Everyone should have a goal, and I have chosen extermination. When I achieved ascension, I materialized the God destroyer spear. Master was very pleased, and I stood out for many of my fellow disciples, becoming Master's last disciple, the last disciple. Extermination laughed. Do you know why I'm called Extermination? Before I achieved ascension, this wasn't my name. I only changed it later. Old man Li spoke this time, smiling. His smile was a little helpless. You? Extermination? Old man Li's smile was a little shaky. You. Can you stop joking? You have to know that my origin is very weak, and it will scatter if I laugh. Are you going to laugh me to death and not fight anymore? Old man Li was no longer as cold as before, laughing so hard that he was shaking. You want to make extermination emperor your goal. You want to surpass him and kill him? Humans should have dreams and goals, but can you look in the mirror? If you don't have any, how about I give you some? Is it funny? Extermination's expression was cold and fierce. He suddenly swept his spear. Before the spear reached him, old man Li's illusion had already begun to disperse. At this moment, a world appeared behind old man Li. It was very small. It was dark. In the darkness, there was only a path that led to an unknown place. There was no person or object on the path, only swords. Countless long swords floated in the air, each of them filled with murderous intent. So what if your origin is strong? Old man Li growled. I have 1 sword, and that's enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Dao turned into a long sword, instantly merging into the sky-crushing sword. If you fight me in the origin world, who will live and who will die? You will die. Rumble. The sword's light pierced through the sky. This sword slashed out, killing extermination. Even the powerful origin world was shaking. However, old man Li's aura also weakened after the slash. Extermination was sent flying, but the spear pierced through his skull and nailed him to the ground. Old man Li growled, sending the spear flying. He exploded again, holding the sky-crushing sword in his hand, laughing. Not enough. Killing me is so difficult. You're not worthy to fight a prodigy." As soon as he finished speaking, the long sword sliced through the air, splitting the world in half. The sword's light shattered everything. Blue veins popped on Extermination's forehead. He was even more furious. Li Chongqing was still so arrogant in his own world. How detestable! Two silhouettes were entangled in an instant. Old man Li growled continuously. His figure was extremely fast, his eyes determined. Even if his silhouette was constantly disintegrating, he did not care. Tao. Was Tao important? Was origin important? Who said that the unification of Tao was the origin Tao? If Tao was unified, where would the origin Tao come from? Wherever I am, Tao is there. Origin is just an external object. I am strong. At this moment, the Tao that he integrated into the sky-crushing sword actually showed signs of disintegration. It was collapsing. At the same time, in the outside world, Fang Ping and the rest also saw a strange scene. Old man Li's body seemed to be a little illusory. Beside Fang Ping, the big fat cat was originally dozing off. At this moment, its eyes suddenly widened. Its big eyes blinked a few times, then continued blinking. It blinked again and again, as if sand had entered its eyes. The cat blinked frantically. Its cat claws scratched Fang Ping, but Fang Ping did not respond. It continued to scratch. After a while, Fang Ping was a little annoyed. He turned to look at it. The cat looked at him innocently too. It felt that it was hallucinating. Liar! It was rare that the cat did not speak. Instead, it transmitted its voice. So strange, so strange. This, Li Chongsheng, Li Chongsheng is so strange. What? His origin? No, everyone's origin. I can actually sense it a little. His origin seems to be disappearing. Fang Ping's expression was solemn. Was he going to die? It's not that kind of disappearing. It's so strange. He seems to be about to converge. Yes, that's it. The cat was confused and a little anxious. It scratched its head with its claws until the fur on its fat head was about to fall off. This was different from him. He had converged his origin, but this Li Chongqing seemed to be walking on a different Tao. After walking on the origin Tao, would he not be able to walk on other Tao? That was not true. He did not have the Sanjiao gate. Was that considered the origin Tao? At this moment, the cat was at a loss. This batch of humans had so many tricks up their sleeves. The cat was confused and lost. In the next moment, it lay in the void, its tail slapping Fang Ping's calf. It said in a daze, "Forget it, I don't care. Anyway, this old man is so strange. I think I can share some food with him next time. It will be beneficial in the future." Fang Ping glanced at it. "Are you going to invest?" At this moment, he could not help but look at Old Man Li. What was going on? Why was his physical body showing signs of becoming illusory? As for the cat shouting, Old Man, he was too lazy to say anything. He did not have time to care either. This cat did not seem to feel that it was old. At this moment, on Sealed Sky Island, the fishing youth also looked puzzled. He was too far away and was just watching the battle instead of being by his side. He could not see anything for a while. In the small world of Star Polaris, the God Creation Envoy was also scratching its head. After a while, it suddenly ran to the side and picked up a book to read. Myriad Tao Unification. Myriad Tao Unification is just a conjecture. It's a conjecture of Celestial Emperor's combat technique. But Celestial Emperor is not Myriad Tao Unification. That guy also has mentality. Myriad Tao Unification really appeared during the rise of the sections. A group of people derived an extreme cultivation technique for the sake of the North-South War. At that time, most of the Myriad Tao Unification did not reach the peak. Almost all of them died before rank 9. The only guy who stepped into the peak. His physical body did not reach the 9th refinement. It could be considered a fake Myriad Tao Unification. Later on, he was also killed by a guy with powerful mentality. What's going on with Li Chongqing? the god creation envoy was almost scratching his head. He vaguely saw something. He saw that the guy's physical body had become a little illusory between reality and illusion. What was this? How could anyone's physical body be like this? What kind of strange path did this guy take? These powerhouses were a little puzzled. Some of the saints who were watching the battle also felt that something was wrong. What he felt the most obvious was death. At this moment, the more he fought, the more shocked he became. How was this possible? The more Li Chongsheng fought, the stronger he became. His body became more and more solid. Old man Li really had some enlightenment this time. His eyes were bright. He seemed to have realized what myriad Tao unification meant. What was his own Tao? My Tao is the only one. Wherever I am, that is where I am. What origin body? What real body? There is no need. I am me, the only me. He vaguely had a feeling. Maybe I can completely materialize my physical body into the source world to fight. I am the only existence. However, it was only the initial comprehension. Old man Li felt that this step might take a very long time, but he had found some clues. At this moment, his eyes were frighteningly bright. He looked at the destruction in front of him. He wanted to kiss him. Thank you. He wanted to thank him. You are my guiding light. It seems that I, Li Chongsheng, have only found my own Tao now and know the direction of the future. I don't need to strengthen the source world. Because I am strong, I can appear in the source world and kill you. All Tao is me. Old man Li became even more happy. I finally saw hope. At this moment, outside the ninth heaven, above the gigantic immortal origin, a vein that looked like a blood vessel gradually collapsed and dissipated. In the next moment, a powerful wave of mentality swept over and scanned the area. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. It was unknown if it had discovered something. Chapter 1179. Taboo C. Li Chongqing's physical body became more and more illusory, as if it was about to break away from this world and merge with the void. Some inexperienced cultivators thought the longevity sword was about to die. Indeed, it looked like he was on the verge of death. Old man Li's golden body was still exploding. It looked like he was really done for. However, the experts vaguely felt that something was amiss. Fong Ping's eyes flickered. At the same time, he was on high alert. Old man Li seemed to be completing a transformation. At this moment, no one would disturb him, right? Fong Ping glanced at Sky Sword and the others from the corner of his eye. He was prepared to make a move if they interfered. Bang! Just then, Annihilation's head suddenly exploded, and he let out a shrill howl. Soon his head recovered, but now someone could no longer sit still. The coiled crocodile and the rest of the beasts walked out from the rift with stern expressions on their faces. How could this be? To think that the longevity sword would wound the death sword in the source world. This was unbelievable. As soon as they appeared, Fong Ping's mentality locked onto them. His gaze was cold and fierce as he said lightly, "What are you doing? You want to interfere?" Coiled crocodile didn't say anything. Face serious, he looked over at Annihilation. Annihilation's face grew paler and paler. He had a look of disbelief on his face, as if he had seen something unbelievable in the source world. Coiled Alligator watched for a while and had a bad feeling in his heart. Was Annihilation going to lose? How could an expert who could seal a saint's origin be defeated by the longevity sword? This was impossible. The coiled crocodile pondered for a moment, then secretly transmitted a message to the other demonic beasts, saying, "Young Master Slayer doesn't seem to be in a good position. Everyone, once he looks like he's about to lose, immediately come out and stop him." Coiled Alligator. The white cat recognized the cicadier. It was Gong Juanzi's mount. At this moment, it frowned and transmitted its voice over. The human king is still nearby. The human king is already extremely displeased that young Master Mia has challenged the longevity sword. If we interfere now... Coiled crocodile, do you know what we're doing? He must be crazy. Did he really think Fong Ping was a vegetarian? This fellow's savagery was known throughout the three realms. Relying on the might of the sky-sealing progeny to force the longevity sword to accept the challenge was already akin to walking on a tightrope. If they interfered, would they not have a death wish? Was the coiled crocodile stupid? At this moment, unless there were a few saints keeping watch, once they intervened, the human king might completely lose his temper. Did they really think that 3 venerable sovereigns and 5 true gods could suppress the human clan? If it was that simple, the catacombs' 9 saints would have annihilated Fong Ping long ago. The spotted deer was dissatisfied, and the other demon beasts were frowning as well. It was beyond their expectations. Although it looked like Li Chongqing's injuries were more severe and extermination might not lose, they still had to be on guard. If extermination really lost, could they just watch extermination get killed? That was obviously impossible. This time, the demons all felt as if their heads were about to explode. This is troublesome. Perish. What a piece of trash. The monsters cursed inwardly. Extermination was not weak and was very strong. They had fought against them before. One had to know that the monsters' physical bodies were strong, and there were even a few venerable sovereigns among them. Extermination had once sealed their source and easily defeated a few emperor-level monsters. It could be said that even if Yun Mia was not a match for a saint, he definitely had the strength of a top-level venerable sovereign. It was truly powerful. But who would have thought that he would be in danger of losing against Li Chongqing? How could anyone believe this? For a time, the 2 people who were still fighting had not ended their battle, but the people outside had their own thoughts. Fong Ping kept his eyes on Old Man Li, transmitting his voice secretly. "Protector Feng Yin, Sage Yue, can you help me one more time?" No one knew what the 2 of them were up to. Later, the 2 of you will join forces with Elder Mu to hold off the 3 catacombs, saints for a moment. Their expressions changed. What did he mean? What was Fong Ping up to? Just stop them. You don't have to worry about the other 2. Having said that, Fong Ping added, "I'm about to embark on a long journey. I'll have to trouble the 2 of you to take care of the humans in the future. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. If the catacombs 9 saints attack the humans, I hope that the 2 of you can step forward and help to avert the situation. I will also ask the human race to shrink their defensive line as much as possible and lay low for a while." At this time, both of them looked at Fong Ping, as if they had already realized something, and their hearts were shaken. What was Fong Ping up to? Murder? Were they prepared to become enemies with the Feng Tian faction? He knew how powerful the Heavenly King Seal was. Perhaps compared to the average powerhouses who had broken 8, the Heavenly King Seal might not be considered much. However, to the weak, especially the weak whose mentality was weaker than his, the Heavenly King Seal was an existence that could not be resisted at all. 100 true gods were said to be able to kill a Heavenly King. However, when they encountered the Heavenly King Seal, all of their origins were sealed, and the 100 true gods were reduced to 100 rank, 9 in an instant. To the Heavenly King Seal, his biggest advantage was that he did not care about the number of people. The advantage of numbers had no effect on him at all. In front of him, the weak would only be weaker. With the true gods and emperor level sealed by him, their strength had decreased by quite a bit. The group attack mode was completely ineffective against the Heavenly King Seal. This was his terror. Fong Ping's strength was not as good as the Heavenly King Seal, and the Martial King was definitely not as good either. Once these 2 encountered the Heavenly King Seal, their origins would be sealed, and their combat strength would be greatly reduced. This was not something that they could defeat even if they joined forces. Both of their expressions became slightly solemn. Was Fong Ping staking everything on one throw? It was too risky. Taoist Feng Yin glanced at the battlefield and sent a voice transmission. The longevity sword seems to be evolving. I wonder if its origin great Dao has improved. Now that the human sovereign has admitted defeat and saved Annihilation's face, I believe that the sky-sealing progeny won't go overboard." Yu Wei's cold voice also came over. Lowering one's head appropriately is also a powerhouse's way. In the past, when the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors were weak, they were also hunted by powerhouses. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors also did that. Now that they had lowered their heads and admitted defeat, Parrish had defeated Li Changxing. Even if they were unwilling, they would probably not continue to force it. To both of them, this was a good choice. It was nothing more than Li Changxing's defeat. However, Fang Ping's expression was ice-cold. Humans do not have the habit of admitting defeat. If I admit defeat today, I might as well die in battle. If I surrender and admit defeat once, there will be a second time. Moreover, now that the humans are watching once I admit defeat, he did not continue. This would be a blow to their morale. It was better for powerhouses to die in battle at the front line. Fang Ping had made up his mind long ago. How could he change it easily? The Fengtian clan had gone too far. Fang Ping would not let it go. Old Man Li seemed like he could win. If he won this time, he would definitely possess emperor-level combat strength. He was also an invincible powerhouse who had never been defeated. Fang Ping would not let Old Man Li admit defeat at this time. Fang Ping did not care so much. His attitude was firm. Seeing this, the 2 saints sighed softly in their hearts. What was hard was easy to break. However, this was also where Fang Ping's charm lay. Martial King Zhang Tao was more tolerant than Fang Ping. If Fang Ping was like this, he would only be the 2nd Martial King. Although Martial King was very strong and outstanding, with such a gem in front of him, another Martial King would not be a good thing. Fang Ping was Fang Ping. He had his own path. Since he had made his choice, the 2 of them were not too familiar with each other. They did not try to persuade him anymore, and agreed to it. Fang Ping began to make arrangements again. "Big Cat, bring the people away later and return to Earth. As for Old Man Li, I'll see if I should bring him along." If Old Man Li really won, he would be a peerless hero. If such a person were to stay, he might become a target for the Fengtian clan and the catacombs. Fang Ping might want to bring him along. "Prepare to inform old Zhang and the rest. Let them receive us." Big Cat's face was full of gloom. "Again. Inform again. Do you really want to tire me to death?" The source universe was so big. Just looking for people was a big problem. He had to inform them, fly, and consume his origin energy. Recently, he had not eaten the fish demon. At this moment, Fang Ping's heart moved. A voice came to his ear. "Kid, this longevity sword after this battle. Let him make a trip to Star City." Fang Ping's eyes were bright. He looked around and soon stopped in the void, sending a voice transmission. "Senior, are you going to make a move?" "What?" In the void rift, the God Creation Envoy's avatar was a little surprised. "What move?" "I'm just asking longevity. Sword to make a trip to me." "All right. Then I'll leave Old Man Li to you, Senior." Fang Ping did not waste any time. "If you're willing to protect him, then you'll bear the consequences yourself." He was also worried that Old Man Li would be killed when he entered the fake sky tomb. After all, there were too many powerhouses inside, and it was more dangerous than the outside world. He had to be careful even if he went alone, let alone bringing someone in. "Senior, please protect Teacher Li. I think with your strength it won't be a problem. If Heavenly King Feng dares to attack Teacher Li, then he's not giving Senior face." Fang Ping said a few words. Under the God Creation Envoy's dazed gaze, he directly sealed off the surroundings, not giving him a chance to send a voice transmission. In the source world, the more Old Man Li fought, the stronger he became. His corporeal strength seemed to be gradually merging with the origin body. Using the corporeal strength to enter the origin body to fight, these were 2 different systems. However, at this moment, different sparks were produced when they collided. The figure that was somewhat illusory earlier was becoming more and more solid. Old Man Li was overjoyed. A dazzling sword glow erupted from the long sword. Break. Void-piercing sword technique. On the other side, Doom was furious, but he was terrified. He said angrily, "Why is this happening?" The longevity sword opposite him was getting stronger and stronger. From being completely suppressed in the beginning to now, it had begun to counterattack continuously. Its combat strength was so strong that he actually felt like he could not suppress it anymore. "Trash, do you think you're worthy of challenging the 4 emperors?" Old man Li's poisonous tongue was not weak either. He said mockingly, "You're not even a paragon. Who do you think you're qualified to challenge?" Doom was furious. In the next moment, a seal descended from the sky. Saint Order. He no longer sealed off the void. Something was wrong with today's situation. He wanted to kill this person as soon as possible. The longevity sword seemed to have completed an incredible transformation. This made him jealous and resentful. Kill. Doom controlled the Saint Order remotely, suppressing it directly. However, he felt somewhat helpless. Ordinary, holy weapons could not enter the source world. The Saint Order was special because it was a part of a divine weapon. However, now he actually felt somewhat helpless. The Saint Order was still very powerful in suppressing the source world. But what about Li Changxing's source world? There was a little previously. Now that he had integrated it into the sky-crushing sword, he could initially feel some of it, but now he could not feel it at all. Where did this guy's Tao of origin go? Where's your Tao of origin? Doom was in disbelief. He controlled the Saint Order and smashed it toward him. Old man Li suddenly unleashed an outburst of vitality. Annihilation was stunned. What was this? How could the source world unleash vitality force? Here, the outburst was all chi of origin. How could there be an outburst of vitality force? He could really feel the power of vitality force. Old Manly, who had unleashed vitality force, became even more powerful. With a slash of his sword, the Saint Order was sent flying. In the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something. He leaped into the air and grabbed the Saint Order that was flying. The Saint Order was under Doom's control, causing his body to shatter continuously. However, Old Manly burst into laughter. Fong Ping seems to want this. I'll gladly accept it. Having said that, he roared and slashed the sky-crushing sword viciously. Sparks flew everywhere. This slash caused the Saint Order to tremble continuously. The mentality attached to it was shattered immediately. This was also Doom's method of controlling the Saint Order. However, it had encountered a divine weapon. He was not the owner of the Saint Order and did not have high control over it. The mentality attached to the surface layer was shattered instantly. Doom's silhouette trembled. Old Man Li was also surprised. Then he laughed loudly. The feelings aren't yours. With your control, you can snatch the Saint Order from anyone you meet. Trash is trash indeed. Bastard. Doom was furious. Wielding the materialized, God-destroying spear, he charged toward him. Old Man Li grabbed the Saint Order with one hand and wielded his sword with the other. They were engaged in a fierce battle. Would Li Changsheng, Doom, be afraid of Doom when he was in close combat? Before this, Doom used his powerful mentality to suppress him. In the source world, he also used his origin to suppress him. Now, the other party was still powerful. However, the suppression on Old Man Li was not as strong as before. Doom's expression changed again. What was the use of being powerful? He could not hit the enemy. He was not slow. After all, this was his world. However, Li Changxing was extremely slippery. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that he had too much combat experience. Before Doom even made a move, the fellow seemed to know how he was going to attack. After a few times, he was covered in cuts and bruises from Li Changxing's Sky Destroyer sword. However, Li Changxing dodged his killer moves a few times. It was not that Doom did not lack combat experience that he could achieve Emperor level. However, he was still lacking compared to a powerhouse who had fought thousands of battles in the catacombs. Every time humans fought in the catacombs, it was a life and death battle. There was no such thing as sparring. Doom was not old. He was not even 1,000 years old. In these 1,000 years, he had been in closed-door cultivation for about 800 years. In the remaining 200 years, could he fight 10 battles in a year? Out of the 10 battles, would one be a life-and-death battle? Living in the powerful sealed sky island, how many times could he experience the horror between life and death? Compared to the average person, his combat experience was not bad. However, compared to these desperados, he was really lacking. Impossible. Doom was not satisfied. This was his first battle after leaving the mountain. How could he lose? He did not even challenge Fang Ping. He did not even care about his reputation. All he wanted was to ensure that his first battle went smoothly and accumulate some confidence for himself. Otherwise, according to his usual style, he would have challenged Fang Ping in his first battle. Seal. At this moment, Doom roared angrily again. In the void, a door appeared again, swiftly crushing down on Old Manly. The origin sealing technique was even more powerful in the Source World. The Source World was where the Source was. He wanted to seal Li Changsheng. The door instantly crushed down on Old Manly. At this time, Old Manly did not dodge anymore. With a roar, the sword gleam pierced through the Source World, as if it was going to kill its way into the Source universe. With a buzz, the sealed door that could not be touched before was directly slashed open by his sword. Crack! On the other side, Doom's silhouette was illusory, the origin chi overflowing. At the same time, a crack appeared on the sealed door. Impossible! Doom was shocked beyond belief. The next moment, he roared angrily, "No! It can't be! How can you resist my origin sealing technique?" After roaring, he said with a face full of shock, "Your source, your Tao? Impossible! How can a martial artist not have an origin? Are you a beginner martial artist? Are you a beginner martial artist?" Doom was terrified. His lineage had a great advantage against other source martial artists, but it did not have an advantage against beginner martial artists because the other party did not have an origin Tao. Li Changsheng was a beginner martial artist? Very soon. Doom shook his head frantically. No, beginner martial artists can't reincarnate. This world will not let people walk the path of beginner martial artists. Are you a beginner martial artist? No, that can't be. Beginner martial artists aren't like this. Death was starting to lose his mind. He was shocked. If he was not a beginner martial artist, then what was Li Changsheng? Don't tell me that Li Changsheng walked a path different from the origin Tao. At this moment, Doom was no longer confident. Suddenly thinking of something, Doom's silhouette suddenly dissipated. He wanted to leave the Source World. Something was not right with Li Changsheng, whether it was a beginner martial artist or something else. His biggest advantage had been nullified. Right now, he might not need to fight this person to the end. He wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. Doom wanted to run, but Old Manly would not allow it. After all, Doom was an emperor level. Once he returned to his flesh, although his flesh was not considered strong, he was not weak either. It would be extremely difficult to kill him. It might even be impossible. On the contrary, in the Source World, Doom could not use his flesh. His strength was greatly weakened. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to use their flesh and would be weakened. Naturally, it was nothing. However, Old Manly had already sensed vitality force. Here, he was the one who had the advantage. Trying to leave? Old Manly roared. He leaped into the air, slashing his sword toward Doom. He wanted to hold this guy back. Whether he could kill this person or not depended on the Source World. Only by killing Doom would he be invincible. In this era, there were many invincible martial artists. Fang Ping was invincible. He had never lost to someone of the same rank. He had even killed a saint. King Wu was invincible. When he was also a saint, he had also killed a saint and achieved Heavenly King Realm. King Suppression might be an invincible martial artist too. He seemed to have never been defeated before. These people had never been defeated. at least not by someone of the same rank. Therefore, they were all powerhouses of the invincible path. As for him, Li Changsheng, he was not too eye-catching among these people. However, today he wanted to give it a try. He wanted to kill a venerable emperor. Life's sword. A loud roar reverberated through the world. The life sword was unleashed. Tens of thousands of phantoms were annihilated. Doom roared. He waved his spear and destroyed countless shadows in an instant. Demon martial sword. An earth-shattering sword gleam appeared again. There were no more shadows. There was only a sword. Poof! Half of Doom's body was smashed into pieces. Old Man Li was panting. He seemed to be preparing something. At this moment, he picked up the Saint's order and kept attacking Doom's source world. He laughed. I've created many combat techniques all these years. However, the most powerful demon martial sword was taught to me by my teacher. The void-piercing sword was taught to me by Commander Li. I've actually only created the longevity sword and the life sword. A few days ago, I've been thinking about which sword is the most powerful. I've been thinking. Today, I might have an answer. Doom's expression was ugly. He did not reply. He could not leave. He had invited a wolf into his house. If he left now, his source world would be destroyed by this guy. At this moment, Old Man Li had returned to his reserved state. There was no sword gleam, no sword aura, and no powerful aura. I have a sword that can break a person's longevity. Once the sword is unleashed, longevity will be broken, and the path will be destroyed. I don't need to slash your flesh, your spirit, or your path, because my sword is one and only. Once the sword is unleashed, the enemy will die. Old Man Li's sonorous voice reverberated in the source world. Destroying the flesh, destroying the spirit, breaking the path. Don't you find it troublesome? I only have one sword to rule the world. This sword is called the lifeless sword. Slash! A low roar shook the void. Lifeless sword. Once the sword was unleashed, death awaited if one could not block it. If one could block it, run. Crack! The source world was torn apart. The dome above was torn apart, revealing the vast universe outside. Doom roared and roared. The source world was heavily damaged. He was gravely injured. Gather. Condense. Seal. Doom roared again and again. In the void, countless doors appeared, wrapping around him. The source chi was extremely dense. He did not retaliate. Defend. With this sword, he felt a fatal crisis. At the same time, he struggled to let a wisp of his consciousness escape. In the outside world, his flesh moved slightly, shattering a small jade tablet hidden in his heart. Request for help. This jade tablet contained a powerhouse's spirit. Shattering meant that he was in mortal danger. He requested for help. The Sky Sealing clan had countless powerhouses. Someone would come to save him. At this moment, everyone in the outside world felt something different. Doom's flesh was collapsing. Li Changxing's flesh was almost transparent. Coiled Crocodile and the other demons' expressions changed. Coiled Crocodile roared, "Stop!" This could not continue. Coiled Crocodile broke through the air and charged into the battlefield. He felt danger. Doom seemed to be in trouble. I'll break your path to longevity. At this moment, in the void, a loud roar resounded everywhere. Old Man Li's flesh returned to normal. His vitality soared. In the sky above where the two were fighting, a mini-world suddenly appeared. At this moment, Old Man Li's flesh rose into the air. He stepped into this illusory world. This was just a projection. It was just a manifestation of the Great Path and the Source World. However, at this moment, he really stepped into it and became one with the Li Changsheng in the mini-world. Buzz! A thick, murderous aura exploded from the sky-crushing sword. It slashed down. No. Master, save me! Doom's shrill cry came. He could not believe it. He did not dare to believe it. He did not want to believe it. How could his first battle, be like this? He did not lose to a human king or a martial king. He lost to the longevity sword. Uft! The sound of steel breaking rang out. In the void, the projection world that appeared was directly cut into two halves. At this moment, sword aura exploded and spread. Parrish's body was directly sliced into two, just like the small world. And then it exploded with a bang. The spear in his hand shot out. The holy weapon armor was slightly broken. Its light dimmed and floated in the air. His mentality could not be seen because it had been destroyed by the sword. After all, he was not a sage. He did not have the physical strength of a sage. Rumble. A huge boom rang out as the shattered minor world exploded into pieces. Li Chongqing held his sword and walked down from the sky. He entered reality from the source world. The sky was broken. This time there was no great path. There was no great path, either, because it had been cut. Splash. A rain of blood fell. This rain of blood was comparable to the fall of a sage. The whole world was silent. Coiled Crocodile, who was halfway in the air, was stunned. Sky Sword, who was about to attack, was stunned. Everyone was stunned. 10,000 miles away, a middle-aged man who was about to tear open the void suddenly froze. He slowed down for a moment and was also stunned beyond belief. Doom was dead? Dead. The strongest descendant of the sky-sealing progeny had fallen as soon as he left the mountain. How dare you? An angry roar echoed for 10,000 miles. At this moment, in the void, the blood clouds were torn apart. A shockingly long passage appeared. The middle-aged man was furious. 10,000 miles away, his eyes glowed. He wanted to kill everyone with his gaze. Li Chongqing won. Not only did he win, but he also killed Doom. Unbelievable. P.S. The upstairs is being renovated. The noise is so loud that I'm going to collapse. Let's see if they're going to renovate tonight. Chapter 1180. In midair, Old Man Li had exhausted everything and fell powerlessly. However, at this moment, who dared to underestimate the longevity sword? Longevity, swordsman breaking longevity. From rank 6 to emperor level. At the peak of rank 9, he killed a true god. Once he reached the peak, he killed a top-notch powerhouse whose mentality was comparable to a saint. This was the second Fong Ping. Terrifying. Shocking. At this moment, everyone even forgot about the powerhouse on the other side of the passageway. The coiled crocodile and the other demons were stunned. Someone was not. The moment Old Man Li killed the powerful enemy, the moment the passageway was opened, like a ghost, someone moved. Fong Ping. The most terrifying powerhouse of the same rank, no one else. He was also the most terrifying saint-level powerhouse among everyone present, no one else. Soundless. When a powerhouse with saint-level combat strength chose to assassinate you instead of fighting you head-on, the victim would know fear. Like this moment, among the 3 great emperor-level demons, other than the coiled crocodile and the last of the Sika deer, their eyes were filled with terror. The moment the longevity sword destroyed it, its origin of great Tao was severed by someone. While everyone was in shock, Fong Ping was like a ghost. Other than Feng Yun and Yu Wei, who felt a little, the others did not react. And in the instant that he moved, he severed an emperor-level great Tao. So sudden, this emperor-level demon did not have time to react and was killed by Fong Ping on the spot. Bang! In the sky, the space was torn apart. In an instant, following the destruction of Death Tao, another Tao was broken. He died with everlasting regret. At this moment, this emperor-level demon's true form appeared. It was a gigantic leopard demon. His 1,000-meter-long true form appeared in an instant and then fell. Small, someone exclaimed. Before he could finish, another demon's true form appeared. It looked like a Qilin, slightly smaller than the leopard demon. A true god demon was killed. Powerful, incomparably powerful. Fong Ping's saint-level strength was really powerful, especially with the god-slaying saber he could break into the origin, which was even more terrifying. Fong Ping, who had surpassed a rank, killing the weak, was actually similar to the Sky Sealing Clan. The Sky Sealing Clan sealed the other party's origin, while Fong Ping severed the other party's Tao. It was actually almost the same. These people who were weaker than him were exceptionally easy to kill. The great Tao collapsed one after another. Fast, too fast. It happened in the blink of an eye. Fear, panic, fear, the threat of death at this moment. Countless emotions enveloped everyone. Fong Ping was like the Grim Reaper. With a smile on his face, he beheaded an emperor and a true god in an instant. His sky-high hands fell. 2 saint tokens sealed the void, and the god-slaying saber was unleashed again. Kacha, the great Tao, was severed once more. The holy artifact spear that had been hurtling through the air was caught by him and casually tossed out. A fleeing true divinity, Yao had barely taken a single step when the spear pierced through him and nailed him to the void. His shrill screams reverberated through the skies. The heavens supporting great hand descended again. It was incomparably large, covering all of the fiend race experts. With a honglong sound, a true deity fiend race expert was crushed to death. In the sky, the blood clouds didn't even have time to condense, and blood gushed out. It was as if the sky had broken. Fong Ping seemed to be taking a stroll. At this moment, only the Sika deer and coiled alligator, the 2 emperanks, and a true god demon were left. Bastard! Outside the 10,000 miles passageway an angry roar came. Before the voice faded, Fong Ping casually slashed with his saber, beheading the true god demon. A huge golden water buffalo fell to the ground. On the other side, Li Wuji only looked over now. The buffalo's eyes widened. So many demons had died. Was this the death of its own kind? It only saw this side. Some rank, 9 martial artists didn't even notice this side, only hearing that angry roar. 5 true gods, 3 emperanks. Almost in an instant, 5 true gods had fallen, and 1 emperank was killed. The 8 monsters that claimed to be able to fight a saint were like pieces of paper in front of Fong Ping. Stop! Sky Sword and the others only reacted now, but they did not make a move to stop him. Only an idiot would stop him. Letting Fong Ping kill them would completely offend the Sky Sealing Clan. He was crazy. This guy was too crazy. Now, let the Sky Sealing Clan seek revenge on him. Celestial Court could wait and see the situation. Sky Sword the Saint only reacted now. One could imagine how fast it was. Coiled Alligator, the burly man, had reverted to his true form at this moment. An incomparably huge crocodile. The Sika deer had also reverted to its true form, its 4 hooves stepping on the air, extremely terrified. Dead. In the blink of an eye, they were all dead. This was Fong Ping. This was a ruthless person. In the 3 realms, he was the ruthless person who had killed the most powerhouses. The true gods, emperanks, and saints who had died in Fong Ping's hands had definitely surpassed martial kings and some ancient powerhouses. Too many, too many. In these few months, the rain of blood had not stopped. In these few months, the roar of Tao had not stopped. The Sika deer was terrified. Why did the Sky Sealing Clan have to provoke this ruthless person? Were they crazy? At this moment, Fong Ping's indifferent voice rang in its ears. Since you're in North Sea Mount, go to the Ash Cat or die. 2 emperors were not easy to kill. The Sika deer did not resist at all. It shrank its body instantly, dashing toward the Ash Cat in the blink of an eye, roaring, "Ash Emperor, save the little demon!" The yawning cat had not stopped yawning when it saw so many dead demons. It was also surprised. Then it looked at the Sika deer blankly. Very quickly it leaped into the air and jumped onto the Sika deer. "Eat the meat!" That was all the cat said. As soon as it said that, the Sika deer seemed to have experienced it before. Without another word, it descended. Until now, the corpse of the first leopard emperank demon that had been killed had landed. The ash cat curled its tail. In an instant, The emperor rank demon's corpse was kept by it. As for the other 5 demons, the corpses of 4 of them were still intact. They were also picked up and kept by the ash cat. The last one was crushed by Fong Ping. The ash cat was a little annoyed. With a slap of its tail, the corpse was sent flying, crashing into the Forbidden Sea with a bang. At this moment, some of the rank 9s around them finally reacted. In the next moment, a few rank 9 martial artists were ready to make a move. They wanted to seek wealth in the midst of danger. However, at this moment, a huge mouth suddenly emerged from the sea. The Jiao swallowed the demon's corpse that the ash cat did not want, its face full of pride. This king was so smart. It had been waiting to eat the meat for a long time. Unfortunately, it was too fast. The big cat had already picked up the other corpses. On the other side, the Nanchi Force Bull's face was full of regret. Why did I not think of this? But there was still an emperor rank demon. The Nanchi Force hurriedly looked at the coiled alligator. At this moment, this gigantic alligator roared madly with mentality. "You can't kill me! I am. Save me. Second young master, save me." It was crazy. Too powerful. Fong Ping took less than 3 seconds to kill the 6 demons. Definitely not. In the passageway thousands of miles away, that middle-aged man, the second young master it was talking about, took a second to tear the space apart. At this moment, he had just walked more than half the distance and also took a second. He would need at least another second to arrive. It would only take 3 seconds for this powerhouse to arrive. However, Fong Ping did not even take that long to kill. At this moment, in the midst of the coiled alligator's scream, the origin chi on its body overflowing wildly, 2 saint orders came crashing down directly. The coiled alligator struggled violently, erupting madly. Fong Ping frowned slightly. Killing an emperor rank that was prepared in 1 second was very difficult. It looked like he was going to fail. That powerhouse was about to arrive. He could feel it. Very powerful. It was at least the strength of a top-notch saint. Fong Ping felt slightly regretful. At this moment, Fong Ping's expression suddenly changed. At this moment, the coiled alligator's huge golden eyes suddenly dimmed. Not far away, the gray cat had already landed below them on its sick deer. It opened its claws, its face full of anticipation. "Fall down quickly." Fong Ping could not help but laugh. The gray cat did it. This cat was very powerful. The moment Fong Ping slashed, this cat pulled the coiled alligator's origin into its cat world and stabbed it to death. It was not that the gray cat did not kill. It killed. It killed demons because it felt that cats eating fish was a matter of course. Crocodiles were also fish. How powerful was the gray cat exactly? Its physique was almost at the level of a saint. Moreover, its origin was so powerful. Perhaps its mentality was stronger than a saint, comparable to a heavenly king. Origin and psychic energy were closely related. The gray cat did not use its hands to kill demons. It only stabbed the other party to death in the source world, no matter how strong the other party was. The giant crocodile's corpse fell silently. The gray cat was a little happy. It had picked up food again. The corpses of 2 emperor ranks and 5 true gods. As for stabbing the coiled alligator to death just now, the gray cat did not feel guilty at all. It was not the cat who killed it. It was the liar who killed it. Even if it was the cat who killed it, it was just killing fish and eating meat. It was nothing. Rumble. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Blood rained down. Dead. 8 demons, except for the cicadere, the rest were all dead. At this moment, Fong Ping broke through the air and appeared below Old Man Li in an instant. He caught the powerless Old Man Li and said with a smile, "Fortunately, you didn't fall into the water." As soon as these words came out, there was silence everywhere. Some saints broke through the air one after another and gathered together in an instant. Terrifying. The moment Li Chongqing fell, Fang Ping killed 2 venerable emperors and 5 true gods. At this moment, even the second young master who had just torn through the space and rushed over had a drastic change in expression. Fang Ping smiled. He reached out and grabbed, taking the saint armor and the saint token that Old Man Li was holding into the source world. Then he lifted Old Man Li with one hand and threw him into the void. After settling everything in an orderly manner, Fang Ping then looked at the middle-aged man who was less than 1,000 meters away from him. The domineering middle-aged man, the angry middle-aged man. Everyone was silent. There was only the sound of rain. The rainwater dripped into the sea. If it were not for the color of blood, perhaps there would be some romantic atmosphere. However, who could feel the romance at this moment? Their hearts were cold, trembling. This was Fang Ping, the overlord of humans, the ruthless bastard of the 3 realms. King Fang Ping. In the blink of an eye, out of the 9 powerhouses who could suppress a party, 8 were dead, including annihilation. Obviously, Fang Ping had made up his mind long ago. Even if Li Changxing could not kill annihilation, he would definitely kill them. Seeing that he dealt with the demons so decisively, everyone instantly understood that Fang Ping had made up his mind long ago. He was not afraid of the Sky Sealing clan at all. Everyone thought that he had compromised, but in reality he was prepared to kill everyone in the Sky Sealing clan. In the void, Fang Ping allowed the blood to drip onto the ground. His clothes were stained red. Fang Ping smiled. His teeth were snow white, not golden. This Sky Sealing clan powerhouse, can you tell me your name? Fang Ping's smile was so bright that it was chilling. Even though the powerhouse opposite him was already a peak saint and was about to break through to Heavenly King, he could not help but shudder at this moment. He knew Fang Ping, but at this moment he still found it unbelievable and unbelievable. This was Fang Ping? Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Overlord!" The middle-aged man turned his head and saw that it was Feng Yun who had shouted his name. Taoist Feng Yun had a strange look in his eyes as he murmured, "It's you, the overlord who dominated misery and led the sea demons to attack the Earth Emperor God dynasty." The middle-aged man, who was the overlord, glanced at him but did not say anything. On the other side, Qing Mo's eyes were cold. She frowned and wanted to say something, but stopped. She was the temple master of the Earth Emperor God dynasty. During that era, there had been several riots. One of them was when the sea demons invaded the Earth Emperor God dynasty. During that era, the largest demon forbidden land was also built in the sea. At that time, the Sea Guardian seemed to be in seclusion and did not show up. This overlord had subdued many of the sea demons and led them to attack the Earth Emperor God dynasty, causing a great war. They had thought that this person was dead. Back then, this person was killed by the top powerhouses of the Earth Emperor God dynasty. Why was he still alive? And he was actually a member of the Sky Sealing progeny. This person was famous for his physique and was known as the Second Tyrant Emperor. He was actually a member of the Sky Sealing progeny. Taoist Feng Yin seemed to know something. The look in his eyes changed. "You're the second disciple of the Sky Sealing progeny. Then is the eldest disciple the chaotic Heavenly King, or the great Saint Heaven Reverse, who was defeated by the chaotic Heavenly King." The overlord looked at him, slightly surprised. He said coldly, "You're quite knowledgeable." He was a little surprised that the other party had recognized him and guessed his identity as the eldest senior brother. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly burst into laughter. "Heaven Reverse, Overlord, Annihilation. Is there another disciple in your progeny who calls himself John?" "Ha ha ha!" Fang Ping laughed so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes. The other parties had different expressions. They did not connect the dots before. At this moment they began to recall. This progeny was really bold. The battle, annihilation, overlord, and John Emperors seemed to have their own ideas. The overlord looked at Fang Ping. His pressure shook the sky and the void. Fifth heaven was broken. Not only was the fifth heaven broken, but the sixth heaven was also showing signs of shattering. A top-notch saint, Perhaps it was the same as Moon Spirit from before. The only difference was that Moon Spirit had divine weapons, and to it that this person might not have one. Otherwise, this person might not be weaker than Moon Spirit. An existence comparable to the two kings, the existence of Moon Spirit before she broke through. Incomparably powerful, an existence that would not immediately fall into a disadvantageous position when fighting with a heavenly king. This was the trump card that the fishing youth felt was not a problem. As long as he was there, Annihilation would not die. However, Annihilation died. Not only did he die, but 7 of the 8 island-guarding divine beasts that he brought with him died. The remaining 1 became the cat's mount. In fact, the Cicadier had been ridden by the cat countless times in the early years. From the way it skillfully brought the cat to pick up the carcass, it could be seen that it had such experience. Fong Ping. The overlord's eyes were cold. His body was muscular. With one step, he broke through the void and approached Fong Ping. His pressure shook the sky. Some true god powerhouses retreated at this moment, terrified. A powerhouse close to the heavenly king rank had arrived. Something big was going to happen this time. Fong Ping's body was not muscular. Compared to the overlord, he was a little thin and weak. At this moment, he was all smiles and his tone was indifferent. Very angry. Very unhappy? You can kill my human race, but I can't kill your people. The overlord said coldly, if the demon race is killed, then so be it. The longevity sword actually dared to kill Annihilation. Fong Ping, hand over the longevity sword. Otherwise, I will wipe out your human race today. A toad yawns. What big words? Fong Ping shouted coldly. The god-slaying saber appeared. Today, if your bloodline does not produce a heavenly king, I will definitely kill you. Rumble. The sky and earth changed color. A pillar of vitality pierced through the void. On the other side, the overlord erupted with energy. The energy light pillar also pierced through the sky and earth. Pressure erupted. In all directions, everyone distanced themselves. Even Sky Sword and the other 2 were far away at this time. This was because Feng Yun, Yu Wei, and Tianmu were staring at them. On the other side of the catacombs, the 6 saints crossed the void and arrived. At this moment, the God Creation avatar had no choice but to appear. Old Man Li grabbed his arm tightly and appeared together. In silence, Jiang Hao's face was illusory. Without saying a word, he broke through the air and arrived. Cosmic Dragon and Kai Dai were just about to leave when a cat riding a deer appeared in front of them. The big cat widened its eyes and looked at Kai Dai. It just looked at her. Looked again and again. Looked and looked. Kai Dai's expression stiffened. After looking at Kai Dai, the big cat looked at Cosmic Dragon again. A fishing rod appeared in its hand. The tip of the fishing rod was extended to Cosmic Dragon's forehead. The big cat nodded, and the fishing rod poked Cosmic Dragon's forehead. Poked once and poked again. Cosmic Dragon's expression was also stiff. The big cat did not say a word. It looked at Kai Dai and poked Cosmic Dragon, as if it was addicted to playing. It continued to look and poke. Kai Dai was really helpless under its gaze. She said in a low voice, Cat, the Spirit Emperor's bloodline was weak back then. There were not many saints, and now the cat looked at her and was a little unhappy. After thinking for a while, it rubbed its stomach with its claws. A moment later, a phoenix crown appeared in its hand. The cat directly hung the small phoenix crown on its head. It looked especially funny. However, Kai Dai's expression changed. She bowed slightly and sighed. Kai Dai understands. This was the Spirit Emperor's phoenix crown. At this time, the cat used the fishing rod to hit Cosmic Dragon's head again. Bang, bang, bang. At the side, Long Xian grimaced in pain. This was a saint. How could this cat be like this? Cosmic Dragon's expression changed for a while. He said slowly this time, Emperor Tsang, The Beast Emperor's bloodline is also very weak. It is not as good as the other bloodlines. It cannot fight with all its strength. Their strength was not considered strong. After all, the demon race had risen later. There were not many powerhouses. The Spirit Emperor's bloodline was the same. If they attacked and fell, it would be very troublesome. Only then did the cat become happy. Its tail slapped the cicadere. In the next moment, it looked at the God Creation envoy, its eyes full of excitement. The wok old man. The God Creation envoy did not look at it as if it did not see it. It stared at Fang Ping and the others, motionless. I am not the God Creation envoy. You have the wrong person. I am not. I really am not. Don't look at me. I will not hit the wok, nor will I forge divine weapons. I am watching the show now. The cat still wanted to speak. At this moment, there was a sudden roar from Fang Ping and the others. Powerful energy, waves, swept in all directions. The sea was evaporated. The golden boots under Fang Ping's feet were crushed. In an instant, another pair of golden boots appeared. He stepped on the void and retreated hundreds of meters. The Overlord's body trembled slightly, but it did not move at all. Fang Ping. The Overlord spoke again, saying coldly, You want to fight me? You are not qualified enough. Fang Ping gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, I am 21 years old. The Overlord's eyes were cold, but his heart was shaken. Fang Ping seemed to be stronger. What kind of monster was this? Although he was stronger than Fang Ping, the strength of their golden bodies was not much different. One must know that Fang Ping had just achieved peak Tao. Even if he had the combat strength of a saint, combat strength was combat strength, and the realm was the realm. He was a peerless powerhouse who was only one step away from entering the Heavenly King realm. Today, under one blow, he actually could not completely suppress Fang Ping. Terrifying. This kind of person was even more terrifying than Luan and his own eldest senior brother, Heaven Conqueror. More terrifying than the two kings, more terrifying than Hongyu, more terrifying than the Demon Emperor. Also, the longevity sword who killed extermination today was also shocking. What kind of heaven-defying powerhouses were they? At this moment, Fang Ping was no match for this top-notch saint, but he was not afraid at all. Can you kill me? No way. If you are not a heavenly king, if you want to kill me, wash up and sleep. As for the Sky Sealing clan's origin sealing technique, he did not know if this person knew it. He did not seem to be a powerhouse who walked the path of mentality. If he could not seal the origin, could he do anything to him? Even if he could, he had 3 saint tokens to suppress the origin. His Tao was vast. Could these guys seal him? Unless a heavenly king came and his mentality was much stronger than his. Otherwise, the saints could forget about sealing him. Fang Ping wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. The catacombs' 9 saints are alive. The 9 saints are watching. I will fight the Sky Sealing clan to the death. I don't care how many people die. If the 9 saints are not watching, then I will not fight to the death. As soon as he said this, the 6 sages who had just arrived gathered with Tianjin and the other 2. They did not speak. The governor was silent for a moment. Suddenly he said, Kill Fang Ping. Heavenly King, take action. Overlord, your bloodline. Peerless Heavenly King, let's call a truce. Without a Heavenly King, could a saint, even a top-notch saint, kill Fang Ping? Kai Dai, Yu Wei, Feng Yin, Universe Long, Zhang Hao, the God Creation Envoy, Tianmu, a total of 7 experts with the strength of a saint. Lin Hai had not appeared yet. Fang Ping himself had the combat strength of a saint. Once the cat made a move, he might be able to trap a saint. The governor did not want to go crazy. He didn't want to fight a meaningless battle with the Heaven Sealing sect. Without a heavenly king, he wouldn't fight. Otherwise, even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. The tyrant's face was cold. He did not expect that even a top-notch sage like him would end up like this. Even the catacombs' 9 saints did not dare to fight. At this moment, the void trembled. In an unknown place far away, in the depths of the forbidden sea, an aura that pierced through the heavens and earth rose. A world appeared above the sea, like a mirage. It was a celestial realm. Immortal palaces, treasure halls, immortals. Heaven reverses here. 3 realms, it's been a long time. A godlike silhouette appeared. With one step, he traveled thousands of miles, treading on air. The world moved with him. Heavenly King. The Heavenly King had appeared. Under the Sky Ceiling Clan's Heavenly King. There was actually a Heavenly King powerhouse. During the chaotic years, he once fought with the chaotic Heavenly King. He was no match for the chaotic Heavenly King, the great Saint Heaven Reverse, who fled in defeat. The governor and the others' expressions changed. Then their eyes moved slightly. The Heavenly King had appeared. Slaying a king. This was also a Heavenly King who cultivated mentality. It was enough to seal Fong Ping and even the other sages on Fong Ping's side. An incomparably huge threat was coming.